Good afternoon, everyone. It's 1 o'clock. I'll call the meeting to order. And just prior to that, a couple of reminders of today's meeting. It's the regular council meeting of April 22nd, 2025. Members of the media may sit in the upper balcony at the reserved media table. All other guests, please take a seat in the first floor gallery. If that is full, there is overflow seating on the second floor in the Victoria Room, where you will be able to see and hear the meeting. We live stream the meeting on our YouTube channel, and the recording is available after the meeting. The meeting is also broadcast Live on your TV, Cogeco subscribers channel 10, HD channel 700, and rebroadcasted on Wednesday at 9 a.m. and on Saturday at noon. Because meetings are accessible to the public in all of these ways, video or audio recordings by members of the public is not permitted in council chambers. Pictures will be allowed today because we do have some special events going on. So if anybody wants to take pictures, please feel free to do so during the special events. This is to ensure that all attendees and those who come to make a deputation feel at ease. Thank you for your cooperation. I'll now turn it over to the clerk to do the administration of the oath.
Through the Mayor, I want to welcome and congratulate Councillor-elect Mark Doble to our chambers. I want to welcome all his guests and members of the public. We will now do the declaration of office, and I'll have Councillor-elect read his declaration.
I, Mark John Doble, having been elected or appointed to the office of Councillor, Ward 5 in the municipality of the City of Kawartha Lakes, do solemnly promise and declare that I will truly, faithfully, and impartially exercise this office to the best of my knowledge and ability. I have not received and will not receive any payment or reward or promise thereof for the exercise of this office in a biased, corrupt, or any improper manner. I will disclose any pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, and I make this solemn promise and declaration conscientiously, believing it to be true, and knowing that it is of the same force and effect as if made under oath. Thank you very much. Mayor Elmsley, members of council, city staff, ladies and gentlemen. Today's a special day for me, and I appreciate everyone who is here today. I want to recognize 5 people who came out today for this. They are, first of all, my wife, Terry Doble. Terry is the love of my life and has always been there for me through thick and through thin, and we will be celebrating 45 years of marriage in 2 months. Along with her is my sister Marilyn Huntley. Marilyn lives in Sunderland, Ontario, and she could tell as many bad stories about me as I could about her, so that's all we'll say about my sister Marilyn. I want to introduce as well 3 other individuals who are my friends, but I think many of them will be familiar to many of you. They are Andrew Flynn, Mike Puffer, and Marlene Morrison Nichols. So these people are I consider to be leaders in our community, and they provided the encouragement, the advice, and the wisdom that sustained me both before and during the election campaign. These are my guests today. I would ask you to welcome them with me. I asked if I could use my dad's Bible when I swore this. Some of you will know or know of John Doble. He was the municipal clerk treasurer of Mariposa Township in the 1970s and in the 1980s. And prior to that, he was a municipal councillor and a deputy reeve in the township of Brock in Sunderland. And so from age 5 or 6, and since that time, I've been around municipal life, municipal work, and it always fascinated me. My dad taught me that public service is a responsibility, public service is important, and public service is a privilege. And accordingly, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the electors in Ward 5 for allowing me this privilege to be your councillor. I also want to tell you that I am looking forward to working with what I consider to be an excellent team of council and mayor for the best interests of the city of Kawartha Lakes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe. Well, I'll say a few words to welcome you to council, Councillor Doble. It's great to have you here, and congratulations on your election. I am looking forward to working with you for the remainder of this term, and know that you're committed to doing this, and that's very pleasing, and I'm sure the residents of Ward 5 are happy that they haven't had a councillor for some time, and although the rest of the council has pitched in and done yeoman work in order to make sure that their issues were considered and looked after. But for you, I hope you enjoy your time on council. I think you will find the learning curve is quite steep, and but you have an able group of people who will help you, and certainly our staff, the clerks. I can think of no one better to counsel you and guide you through the many, many issues I'm sure you will run across. So welcome, and look forward to working with you. We'll now move into the opening ceremonies, and everyone is certainly welcome to stay. But if your guests have other places to be or would like to leave, then we'll pause for a minute and allow that to happen. Thank you. Ask everyone to rise for O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, with glory strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
We'll now have a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald, I think you have the adoption of the open session agenda.
Yes, I do. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Richardson that the agenda for the open session of the regular council meeting of Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025 be adopted and circulated with the following amendment. The addition of 6.1 being a deputation by Brian Snell and Wayne Price regarding comments related to a petition requesting a pause on the funding for the Somerville Concession 3 environmental assessment and bridge design.
Thank you. All in favor? And that passes. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on today's agenda? Seeing none, should any arise during the course of the meeting, advise the chair and we'll deal with them accordingly. Notices and information by members of council. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and happy Earth Day to everybody here. Today is Earth Day and the start of Earth Week. If you know a youth, business, or individual that is an environmental hero, now is the time to nominate them so we can celebrate their achievements. Please go to the city website for information. Also, the Be a Hero Pollinator Garden Challenge will be starting soon, so stay tuned for more information on how to participate. Although this is a day to bring awareness to Mother Earth, every day we should be doing things to improve our environment so future generations can be left a world like we enjoy. There are many things we can do, being aware of how we use power, composting, protecting our water, cleaning up trash, or protecting endangered species, just to name a few. I call upon Council to pass and act on plans to improve our environment and to combat climate change, but we need to act on these plans. Canada, along with other northern countries, are 50% more impacted by severe weather events than the rest of the world. The time to act is now. Everyone needs to do their bit so we can leave a healthy world for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, through you, thank you. I had the opportunity to attend the Spotlight of Agriculture Award Banquet, which celebrates food, farming, ag businesses in the Kawartha Lakes, and just to let you know they're alive and well. And what a great night for celebrating the excellence of agriculture and Farm Family Awards and Generations of Family Awards. Congratulations to everyone and for all the winners. I also got the opportunity to attend Boston Pizza, where the EMS graciously volunteered to do a fundraising for the Lindsay Boys and Girls Club. They're help serving tables and welcoming people and opening doors and everything. It was good to see the involvement of this group to raise money for the Boys and Girls Club. I did recommend to a couple of them that don't quit their day jobs, but anyway, they did a great job, and thank you for doing that. So, and the last is the Chamber of Commerce Gala has been rescheduled, as everybody knows, but if you don't, it's at the Global Theatre on April 26th, this weekend, at the Pigeon Lake Road, Bob Cajun, and I hope to see everybody there, and if you haven't got tickets, I still think there's tickets available. So thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I also want to get on to the Happy Earth Day 2025, and just remind folks that we do have that 20-minute cleanup and the road Adopt a Road programs available. Just go on the City of Kawartha Lakes website. And just some announcements for the community. On this Saturday, April 26th, the Manver Swans are hosting their monthly Night of Euchre at 6:15 at the Bethany United Church. This Sunday, April 27th, the Janettville Community Center is hosting their spring sale from 10 till 2. The Fowler's Corners did just celebrate their 40th anniversary, the District Lions Club, and it was a super packed event, full house. And it's just a reminder that their cruise nights are about to return in May, and all the funding goes to a lot of our agencies in the Kawartha Lakes and Peterborough. So this is an outstanding group. So again, congratulations on their 40th. And let's talk about hockey a little bit. Under the under 15 and under 18 rep teams out of the Kawartha Coyotes both won the Red Hat tournaments, ranking them #1 in Ontario. So a big shout out for them. This Saturday they have on the 26th they'll have a parade at 2 p.m. from the Omimi boat launch, ending at the Omimi Arena around 3 o'clock. And just on one more note, go Leafs, go!
Thank you, I think. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I just want to touch upon our recent ice storm for a little bit. And like most people, I went to bed Saturday night with the sounds of branches crashing down around us and woke up Sunday morning without power. So I was deciding, do I go north, do I go south in my ward to check on things, when I got an email from one of my constituents, and she's partially disabled. She needs a stair lift to get up and down the stairs. Of course, without power, that's not working, so she's a bit trapped. So I said, okay, that's decision made. I know where I'm going now. By the time I got there, this is what I want to talk about, is her neighbors, forgive me if I don't pronounce this correctly, Mike Turgach, Janet Cackett, and Tasha Fader, were already there. And this is what this is about. Is community, people helping people in our community in times of disasters. The city can't do it all. And if Janet and Mike's case, they had one generator. They loaned it to this neighbor to keep her going. They gave it up. Their food, they lost all their food, but they gave it up to help their neighbor. And that's what really counts. And I just wanted to highlight that. And there's stories like that all over the place, but this one in particular really resonated with me. So thank you to that. And I also want to point out, I was with our roads crews, genuinely impressed at how fast roads were cleared with debris, given the circumstances. So thank you for that. I was also at the dinner and the Boston Pizza. The Deputy Mayor addressed that. But I was also invited down to Discovery X conference. Now this Discovery X is Canada's premier innovation event hosted by Ontario Centre of Innovation, showcasing Ontario's innovation ecosystem and what we do. Each year, they bring together entrepreneurs, investors, researchers, government, and industry leaders to showcase the power of Ontario innovation. And I think that's, given what's happening in the world today, particularly important. about Ontario innovation and buying in Ontario goods and products. What was fascinating there by who was not exhibiting. So we had Launch Kawartha, and the City of Kawartha Lakes had a booth displaying the pros of investing in moving, setting up your business in Kawartha Lakes. Lots of business people were there. So, but there are 444 municipalities in Ontario, and there was, I think, 7 or 8 exhibiting there. Yes, of course, the City of Toronto was there, Mississauga was there, but Kawartha Lakes, our city of 80,000 people, was there showing what we have to offer. We were punching above our weight, and it was really good to see. And they're going back next year. We got some really good conversations going, and people interested in investing in our city. So thank you to the Department of Economic Development for leading the charge on that. And my monthly library announcement. Mr. Councillor, Perry. The library is thrilled to share that in the 2025 March break events were a huge hit with families across Kawartha Lakes. A total of 2,584 children took part in the programs over the March break and across the 14 library branches. To give you a sense of that success, that's an increase of 800 participants over last year's March break. So we're definitely going in the right direction here. The library is now turning their attention to the always popular lineup of summer events and activities, and this year's theme is Reading Around the World. In addition to the fun and creativity, the library is welcoming special guests this spring with the City Arts and Culture and Heritage Development Officer and representatives from Children's Aid Society are visiting all branches to share information about the scope of their work and connect with the community. These visits give residents a chance to learn more about local services and share their input, but also help strengthen the library's role as a welcoming, inclusive community hub. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. To follow up on Councillor Joyce's comments, I too would like to thank the community, whether it was people in Norland and Cobequid simply offering up a shower to somebody who hadn't showered in a couple of days, or hot meals being served in Kirkfield at the Lions Club and stuff. And it was just, I had Councillor from Seabright on the other side of the line relaying messages from me on her network because she lives in Seabright, and she reached out to me, and this just to reach out from everybody to help their neighbors and their fellow human beings, and made some people feel like a human being, not being stranded and that feeling of abandonment. I know some of my neighbors felt that loss of technology that we've all become used to. So it was moving to see it happen, and I want to thank everybody who reached out and just said, "Here, how can I help?" And whether it was staff or it was people in the community, heartfelt thank you. And also, 20-minute cleanup in Norland, be at the school at 10 a.m. this Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor, and if I could, I would like to join you in welcoming Councillor Doble. I can now call you Councillor Doble after the swearing in, and I'm really looking forward, as I mentioned, to working together and join the Mayor, and I'm sure my council colleagues in welcoming you to this table. I'd also like to join Councillor Joyce and now Councillor Yeo in thanking yourself, Mayor, and Deputy Mayor, and the city's emergency response group, Public Works, Hydro One, Bell, the propane companies during the ice storm. Also want to acknowledge Brian Jackett, who did help and play a role in preventing flooding in Fenelon Falls. Also the staff that helped with the warming stations. I got a much needed shower there myself and could attest to their cleanliness and excellent hot water. And just want to acknowledge the successes that were shared in that ice storm and the recovery effort, the lessons that we've learned. And while there was still some ongoing hardship, it's nice to be back to normal, quote unquote, as much as we can. And really hearing the stories from Councillor Joyce and from Councillor Yeo, to me, that was the hope in this as well. The hope was the community spirit the neighbors helping neighbors. I think there was a reason we saw very little need for food or for overnight accommodations. People really seemed, at least in Ward 3, from what I heard directly, to rely on their friends and neighbors and family networks. So let's keep that hope and that community spirit going. Just a couple of announcements on this past weekend. Mayor, of course, there was the Easter extravaganza in downtown Fenelon Falls, an Easter egg hunt and a treasure map through local businesses. I want to thank the Chamber of Commerce and all our local businesses who participated to offer everyone a great time, especially the kids. My kids, Abigail and Gabe, had a great time. And to a testament of the success of the event, one merchant exclaimed to me, "Wow, this is getting like Santa Day." So hopefully the trend in the success of that event will continue. Last but not least, Mayor, who shows country living, like the Kawartha Lakes Country Living Show in Fenelon Falls every year in Ward 3? There are over 100 booths again this year coming up this weekend, targeted towards country homes, farms, and cottages. And that will be beginning this Friday evening. And again, a great time and lots of events for all members of the family. Be sure and enjoy a restaurant or shop while there, and enjoy the no charge admission to the Kawartha Lakes Country Living Show held in Fenelon Falls this weekend. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll make a couple of comments. I think certainly, as Councillors Joyce, Yeo, and Perry have said, we experienced a devastating storm. Then the cleanup obviously is still going and will still go for some time. But great thanks to our emergency services people and indeed all our staff for the work they did. And in no small part, thanks to the hydro workers, people who came from far and wide. We had hydro workers here from Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, Grand Falls, New Brunswick, places in Saskatchewan, northern Quebec. They came to help us. We had over 5,000 hydro workers in our community trying to get the power back. And it was no small feat because we had to clear the roads first, and everybody pitched in. And the resiliency of our communities and our citizens to look after each other, to help out, to reach out a hand where it was needed is very impressive. I like to think we were being Canadian. So thanks to everybody, and we're going to get it cleaned up. It may take us some time. They're branches and sticks. We'll get to them. And we'll make the place look as good as it always has. So just give us some time to get that going. And once again, thanks to everybody for all the help and all the work you put in. Are there any notices from staff?
Mr. Mayor, thank you, and through you, I'd first like to take the opportunity, if I could, on behalf of City Administration and also staff, welcome Councillor Dobble. We're certainly looking forward to working with you over the remainder of the term and supporting you in your ward work. And secondly, I would like to introduce our newly onboarded Assistant City Solicitor, Eric Sherbert. He's joining us here in chamber today. He's week 2. He brings municipal, utility, and provincial law experiences, and is an instructor academically on various legal items. And again, on behalf of council and staff, I'm sure there's a lawyer joke, but I won't go there, because we're getting many more in the room as we progress. But welcome, Eric, and we're certainly looking forward to working with you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other notices from staff? Director Faber.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, to the rest of council and to the audience with us today, I would also like to introduce a new staff who is here with us in the chamber today. We welcome Alison Truax. If I can, Alison, I'm putting you on the spot again. Thank you. Allison is our new manager for Human Services and will be filling the small but mighty shoes of Miss Janine Mitchell, who will be leaving us in probably a few sleeps as she ventures off into retirement. So I just wanted to introduce Allison, hailing closely from the east here, from Manila. She's coming in from York Region with 13 years experience, both in the child care sector and in the Ontario Works social assistance sector. So great knowledge. Very pleased to welcome her here. She's already enjoying the culture as well here in the city of Kawartha Lakes. So, and also a very special shout out to Miss Janine Mitchell, and we wish her all the best on her retirement. And we look forward to having her advise us on how good that feels when she gets into it. So thank you, Janine.
Thank you. Moving on in the agenda, can I get a motion that the minutes of the regular council meeting of March 18th, 2025 be received and adopted? Councillor Richardson, Councillor Warren. All those in favor? And that's passed. Move into deputations, and we have one deputation today, and that is Mr. Brian Snell, Mr. Wayne Price. Comments relating to a petition requesting a pause on the funding for the Somerville Concession 3 environmental assessment and bridge design relating to item 12.1 on the agenda. Gentlemen, you have 5 minutes between you.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian Snell. I'm a year-round resident on the Burnt River, close to Concession 3. Just make a mention of the scope of the support for this petition. We started this petition on change.org before we realized that that was not acceptable to council. So the official petition, I think, has 33 signatures. The change.org petition with the exact same wording has 467 signatures. First, I'll talk about what we're asking for. The first is to stop this project in its tracks. If council is determined to carry forward, we would ask for access to any studies that have been done and for meaningful consultation with the affected community. All we've had so far are meetings where staff tell us what has been decided. I want to talk about the necessity for this project. The stated reason is to divert truck traffic from Fenelon Falls in order to reduce congestion on the town bridge. This proposal will not address that issue. There are only 3 times in the year, really, where congestion is a major issue: Victoria Day, Canada Day, and Labor Day. And then it can take 15 or 20 minutes to get across the bridge, which is inconvenient. But notably in those lineups, there are no trucks because they're not working on the holidays. One might ask where those cars are going. We don't know, because if there have been traffic pattern studies done, they've not been shared. But there are only 4 places that traffic could go: into Fenelon Falls itself, up North Line Road, which would not use this bridge because they just access it from 35. One is toward Bob Cajun, which wouldn't be used because the detour to go up and across the new bridge and back down would be longer than waiting in the lineup, and up towards Kinmount. And there are, at the moment, 4 other ways to get to Kinmount that do not involve going through Fenelon Falls. So the cars that are going through town are likely doing it in order to spend money, to shop for food or supplies. And if this project was successful in diverting traffic, it would just hurt the local economy. There's the issue of noise and pollution. We're talking about big trucks carrying aggregate, 26 or more tons. The bridge cannot be built straight across the river because that would affect navigation. So it has to be a curved bridge. So the trucks will have to accelerate up the bridge in both directions to get over it. And then between the river and Highway 121, there's a very steep hill. The trucks would make a lot of noise getting up that hill, and they would inevitably have to use their air brakes coming down. And that kind of noise will travel up and down the river and impact everyone's quality of life. Safety is an issue. The Victoria Rail Trail crosses Concession 3 right at the bottom of that hill. And of course, the ATVs and snowmobilers are supposed to stop, but we know that they don't always. And sooner or later, someone will die. Also at the bottom of the hill is the Canada Post mailbox, and people park on Concession 3 in order to get their mail. And these serious safety concerns do not seem to have made it into the planning as far as we know. There's practicality. In the winter, the hill can be quite tricky. Sometimes cars will slide halfway down the hill from the ice. Imagine that happening with a 26-ton truck. In the spring, as just happened, the area floods and Concession 3 is closed to traffic. If the project were to go through, Concession 3 would have to be widened. It would certainly have to be upgraded. And there would need to be stoplights installed at the corner of 121 because the sight lines because of the sight lines there are quite poor. And it is not clear to us that the cost of those improvements have been factored into the planning. And the main thing for us who are there as either year-round or seasonal residents is the quality of life. There's one boat ramp on the Burnt River, which is right there at Concession 3, that would likely be lost. But for everyone who lives or cottages on Concession 3, on Brook Road, on River Road, on Cedar Plank Road, or on Riverbank Road, their quality of life is going to be significantly reduced because of the noise, the pollution, the dust, and the safety concerns. If this proposal would solve the identified problem, that would be one thing. But this does not do that. Thank you.
Thank you. If you just stay there for a couple of seconds, we'll see if we have any questions for you. Councillor Warren?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering, are you able to get the petition with all those 400 people?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and I guess I can contact your office. We'd figure out how to get that transmitted. Yeah.
We'll figure it out. If you talk to the clerk's office, I'm sure they can help you out.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the deputy? Councillor Yeo.
Thank you for coming today and speaking to this. You could just repeat how many other routes there were to get to Encampment besides building a new bridge?
Yes, so one is to go through, there's four. So one is to go through Bobcaygeon and up Highway 49 and connect with 121 there. The other is to go up 35 to North Line and across Concession 3 to North Line, duck a little south to Polsom and get to 121 there, or do the North Line route and go across 45, I think, towards the town of Burnt River and get to 121 there. And the other is to go further north on 35 and take the route that goes right into Encampment.
Thank you. I just wanted everybody to be well aware of how many routes there were to get around there. Thank you. Thanks. I didn't know that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Yeo, Councillor Warren, thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
All in favor? And that's passed. We have no correspondence on today's agenda. We'll move into presentations, and our presentation is item 8.1, Children's Services Service Plan 2025 to 2029. Janine Mitchell, and I believe this is Miss Mitchell's last kick at the cat as an employee of the city of Kawartha Lakes.
It is, so it's an emotional day, just so you all know.
Well, I'll talk to you tomorrow at 1 o'clock instead of today, okay?
Okay.
Off you go.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us, allowing us to come and present today. We're really happy to present our Early Years in Childcare Service Plan. Over the past few years, there have been so many changes that we really had to completely almost start over with the service plan. I'd like to introduce to you the team that really worked on this plan from our Children's Services Division. They're all here in the audience today. We have Ann Kuipers, who is our program supervisor. She led the team. We have Andrea Williams, who is our Early Years System Coordinator. And we have Rachel Lewis, who is our Data Analysis Coordinator. So when you see all the data and the charts, that's Rachel's work. And we love it. Next slide, please. Can I do that here? I can. No, there. Okay, so the full plan fully highlights our vision and mission for this service plan. What this plan is about, ultimately, is about children and their families, and it's about the services that support the children in our community, primarily children 0 to 12, but as they get older, then it obviously supports them. The plan itself includes guiding principles, which provide information that supported the development of our strategic direction, and all of this leads into an annual implementation plan. Today we are sharing just a sample of some of the information, the data, some of the logic and the processes that were used in the development of the full plan. So really, what is Children's Services? Primarily, we're really about the system management and planning of the entire system for all children 0 to 12. It's at a systems level we look at it to think about how does it impact all of our communities, all of our children, all ages across City of Kawartha Lakes and the County of Haliburton. Through that system management, obviously funding and accountability comes into focus. And that means both internally, how we make sure that we are allocating the funding according to all the legislation and using our funds with integrity and accountability. It's also about how we support all of our service providers in their ability to do this, because especially for the last few years, it's much more complex than it's ever been before. So we really take that quite seriously. And of course, we want to work with our finance department so they can say that we are doing managing our funds well, because the budget has increased over the years to just over $46 million. So that's a lot of responsibility. For child care fee subsidy, we have that responsibility, which supports children 0 to 12 in primarily lower income households. For capacity building, we really want to work with our professionals in the field, also internally, but also in the field, and we want to ensure that they have opportunities for professional learning, that we increase their capacity and their skill levels, and that we also advocate on their behalf to ensure that we are meeting the needs both of our current growth, but also future growth in our communities. Under the Canada-wide Childcare Early Learning Plan, which we'll refer to as CWELC, because that's way too long, we're also responsible for the expansion of childcare in our communities. That's been a priority for the past few years, and we have increased our capacity. We've added 326 additional spaces, and we're working on completing and filling up to 466 spaces. I can report that we did put in a request for additional spaces for our community, and we received a small increase across the province, which is great because many other communities lost spaces. So we went from 443 to 466. Special needs resourcing, those are services that provide care support for children in licensed childcare who are 0 to 12. They also are one of our organizations, Community Living Trent Highlands, is also the organization that implements our Early Learning and Quality Initiative, which supports that quality professional learning for our providers and professionals. And we also have the Early On Child and Family Center, which serves children 0 to 12, and it serves all children and families 0 to 12 across County of Haliburton, City of Kawartha Lakes. I'm just going to go into a bit more detail about, sorry, I must have the wrong page, yeah. About our licensed childcare and authorized recreation. So we have a number of home childcare spaces in our community, as well as currently we have 1,741 licensed childcare spaces. We know that those spaces aren't enough. We know that. We have numbers about how many children we have waiting across our communities. We also have 3 recreation-based programs located, some in the County of Haliburton and also in the City of Kawartha Lakes. So with the Early On Child and Family Centers, we have 37 locations across the community, because we also know in order to serve members in our community, we need mobile. We need the option of providing mobile services. We also provide services virtually, and we have actual locations where families can attend. When we were talking about stats earlier about the library, I was quite impressed about the number of people served over the March break, and I'm equally impressed about the number of individual visits by children over 2024. That's 15,859 individual visits for children 0 to 6, and 3,543 unique families and children served. So early on, programs are very valuable to our communities. They offer a fun, safe environment for children to play and learn, while their parents and caregivers have access to community services and advice from professionals with respect to child development. Just briefly, this is the highlighted timeline of our plan for working on the childcare plan. I have to say the CWELC came into play on some of this, which is why it was extended over time, because we had to prioritize our time spent there. That explains some of the gaps in the timing, like from November to February. That was completely working on CWELC funding allocations for all of our service providers and meeting individually with each of our service providers. Just some of the data that we have. So in our communities, we have this shows the population of children 0 to 12 by age group, according to the 2021 census. We also know that they make up about 11% of the total population in our service area, and that it hasn't changed much from the 2016 census. In addition to our 2 community consultation surveys, an environmental scan was completed, where to understand the local demographics and socioeconomic trends. So this data, as well as the survey results, helped to inform the development of the plan. It identified gaps and helped with our strategic priorities and actions for 2025 to 2029. So approximately 11% of children throughout the service area are in low-income families. That's significant for our community. We know that 5% identify as Indigenous and 6% as racialized. These indicators are specific indicators that are looked at provincially, so we do gather that information. Provincially, they also looked at those families that identify as Francophone or immigrants. Our data is so low, it's less than 1% of our service area, so we didn't include those in the graphics, and we really try to tailor our plan and our information for the larger community groups, but we don't ignore those smaller ones either. So when we're looking at this, we're looking at the barriers for people to access services. And we know that when they are low income, Indigenous, or racialized, they have additional barriers that they face in order to access care. That the barriers could be as a result of the lack of available spaces, transportation, and often families are, if they are working, they're working in more retail-based or tourist-based employment or food-based, and so their hours don't quite match up with the Monday to Friday 9 to 5 care situations. So the community input is really important, and we really value the perspectives and experiences provided through 2 of the engagement surveys. So we offered feedback on the early years in childcare system in Kawartha Lakes and Haliburton. The first survey invited community partners to provide their feedback. There was a 30-minute survey that went out in March 2024. And then the second survey invited parents and guardians to provide feedback through our Jump In project page in June of 2024. So from all of that, we were able to get our themes and principles. So the plan itself is structured around 5 guiding principles and 4 themes. The guiding principles of accessible, affordable, building knowledge, high quality, and responsive are closely connected to Ontario's vision for early years in childcare. So what we are doing supports the provincial goals and vision. The themes of workforce, operations, system navigation, and leadership were based on the themes we found in the survey results with families and early years partners. The strategic goals will guide our initiatives to support identified needs within the service area and will inform our policy, funding, projects, and program service decisions over the next 5 years. So I'm just going to go into details, just a little bit of information about each of our, not regarding principles, themes. So the first one is workforce. So really we're talking about advocating for a system-wide workforce strategy that promotes recruitment, retention, fair compensation, and professional development for the early years sector. We want to champion an early years community that feels valued, empowered, and not supported in their field. So we've included 2 of the actions that came out as a result of all of our surveys and our work. We are currently in partnership with Trent community-based research to study the job satisfaction of childcare educators in the City of Kawartha Lakes and the County of Haliburton. It's led by an interdisciplinary social research PhD candidate, Sonia Hill. She's a local person here. And Sonia herself brings over 27 years of experience working in the early childhood education field. And the project right now is currently undergoing ethics review, and that we hope that Sonia can start the surveys and interviews with local educators in May or June. This is related to expanding and maintaining local childcare spaces and programs, and ensuring in order to do that, we need to have people working in the field. We need to have the professionals there. The next one is about operations. So as we've mentioned, we're undergoing significant change in how our service providers are funded, how we need to allocate those the funding and other expectations within the community for fee subsidy, all the different programs and services. So we wanted to streamline our internal processes, and we're working on updating all of our standard operating procedures and management directives. We want to make sure we consider reducing administration time, improving how we do things the way we do it, and providing service excellence. The other thing we're really working on doing is how do we work with our agency? Since it's now so complex, how do we make a very complex process easier for them? And we've been working with Finance Department and Deloitte to develop some tools that'll help that process with them. It'll make it easier for them to complete the process from budget right through to audit at the very end, and make it easier for them to understand the process, complete the tools that we need in order to determine their funding, and then be accountable and complete the audit at the end of that time. So we're also looking at how people navigate the system and the complexity of them being able to do that, and how we can find out information from that in order to help us understand the unique needs of our families and of our service providers. So you may not be aware, we have a centralized wait list where all families can go in and apply for licensed childcare spaces throughout the communities. We're looking at reviewing that wait list so that we can include more information to help get them better informed when parents and families are using that system. We're also looking at some internal methods to improve customer service, about how we can work better together to share information about what's available when we do have people who might be highly vulnerable, how we can get them to access care, and a process for us to have childcare spaces available so that we can do that. So there's a number of things that we're working on with system navigation. We're also looking at leadership. So this is both internal, it's also broader, because we want to really work with and support our community partners who are there operationally taking care of our children and are responsible for the daily well-being of our children and families. And we're drawing on research and data analysis, as we always do, in order to both expand our strategies based on research, expand our childcare spaces based on the data and the analysis that we receive, and really taking a look at all of the data analysis and using it in order to support our planning. Just want to acknowledge that the Kirkfield site is, we have a new childcare program opening up in Kirkfield. It's set to open up this summer, and that's increasing the number of spaces by 49, 10 infant, 15 toddler, and 25 preschool children, which is wonderful. And that was really a great partnership between a local provider, Compass, one of our largest childcare providers, and with our staff here. We're also going to be sharing the results of the early development instrument with local partners. That information is going to be coming out soon. The early development instrument is an initiative that happens in the schools with teachers. They actually do an assessment of all the children in our community that are attending school. We receive that data and we do some analysis of that data. It helps us in identifying communities that and the needs in those communities for those specific children and how they're performing kind of provincially as well. That information will be coming out soon. Implementation. So this is a pretty complex plan in itself. So we're going to have an annual implementation plan. They're just in the process of developing that this year. And it's going to be something that they'll look at each year to determine what are the priorities based on the ever-changing needs of the people that we serve. So that should be ready soon. And that's something that will be based on it'll be targeted for each of the communities, and it'll be something that'll be done with consultation with all of our community partners on a number of committees that staff sit on. That's it.
Thank you. Are there questions for Janine? Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I have no questions because Janine's reports are so thorough. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to wish you well in your retirement and enjoy your grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I do have a question. Keep you on your toes, Ms. Mitchell, to the very end. It surrounds the wait list in terms of prioritization. Is it first on in how that goes, or do you really look at low income? Like if I'm Indigenous and wealthy, can I still go on the wait list?
That is through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a great question. That's part of what we're reviewing with this plan. What we found through CWELC is that we did have spaces for our children who might have been in need of fee subsidy prior to CWELC. Since CWELC came about and where all families can benefit, and that was the whole point of CWELC, so that all families could benefit from financial savings for childcare. The fee for anybody is $22 a day. At this point, and by March 31st, 2026, it'll be $10 a day. So, but what happened was all those families took up spaces, and it's very difficult to get a space. Our priority list right now currently is that it's a first come, first serve basis. So that's one of the projects that we're looking on. We have a pilot that we're working with, a particular agency, because it all has to do with funding. We have to see what we can afford, but that's what we're doing. We're going to be designating a certain number of spaces so that they will be available, and changing our priority list so that they will be available for those high in need and still be able to serve the rest of the community.
Thank you for that, and thanks for recognizing that. Thanks for all the great work you and the team have done, actually. It's being on the committee, I've come to realize it's a very, very complex file, shall I say, for lack of a better word, the whole social services system. But yeah, it's important that we have daycare spaces available for those who truly need that help and reserve it accordingly. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, thank you very much, Janine, and congratulations, and have a lot of fun, okay? I just want to say, as a general comment, when I've reached out to yourself and your team, that is one of the biggest challenges as a councillor, is when you get a call from a parent that doesn't know where to go when it comes to having daycare because they need to work. Your team has always came right to the top and aided me when I've had those challenges with local residents, and you guys should be accommodated for that because you are working for our community. So well done on that. And my question was around the wait list, recognizing that's your biggest challenge, also recognizing that it's really dramatically changed since the pandemic. because we do have a larger dossier of commuter traffic now in our neighborhood that are needing to work to the GTA to have that level of employment. So I just wanted to say, wonderful report, great to see that additional space growing, and also to note that the province has also provided us with that additional space. So that's well done to all your team, so thank you.
Thank you. Just a question. How many more spaces would we need to accommodate everybody?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I can share with you that there are 501 infants on a wait list currently now. That would be in the future as well. And we have just over 141, something like that, spaces for infants right now. We do have thousands of children on a wait list. And part of the issue is we've been working really hard for expansion. The province is allotting so many spaces for expansion. Even when we reach our full number of 466 spaces, we will not have enough spaces to meet the needs, and it's difficult to meet the needs in all of our communities. We have been working to increase our home childcare spaces because that gets spaces right into the communities where the children live, which is very helpful. It's very difficult and it's very costly. Our funding that we have available from the province through CWELC will be able to support 466 spaces. Any additional spaces will not have the funding that's associated with it. And right now, that funding supports the majority of operational costs for all of our licensed childcare spaces. As I mentioned, the childcare budget is just over $23 million. So that's a significant budget. We used to be $5 million. But there will not, at this point, there will not be further funding to support spaces beyond 466. It will be up to what other funding sources that would be available, including municipal.
Thank you. So it's not unlike our housing problem. You're looking out years and years and years, if ever, to get it all taken care of. Is that correct?
Yes. What we're also doing, there are other options. If there's as we continue to grow on our population side, and if there's additional schools being built, there is funding to build. To pay for a childcare program to be built in the school. We would just have to look at operational costs. Some of the work that we've had our Rachel Lewis, our data analysis coordinator, work on is if you have a community, and we've had conversations with our planning partners, if you have a community of this size coming in with houses of this size, who's moving into those houses and how many children are there coming, so that we can be, that's what we're working on, so we can be well prepared for the future to say, if you've just approved this, that means we should have this many more childcare spaces available for the families who are coming in.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just going to, through you, I just remember, correct me if I'm wrong, a stat that we accommodate 25% of the need across the board for children. Is that correct?
Yes, so the provincial...
Roughly, and so that would mean if we got 450 spaces, there's roughly 1,500 out there in today's numbers.
The provincial goal is 32.
We're not meeting that need.
Sorry, the provincial goal is 32%. We're at 25. We're supposed to be at 37%. We won't be there. Sorry for interrupting. I get passionate about this. I have to stop.
Really? Councillor Perry.
Just hate to inform the presenter that her application to move on has been declined. So we're looking forward to years and years of more service together. To put you on the spot in your final presentation to council and harness some of that passion, I'm going to build on the mayor's question. When you said there are thousands and thousands, can you at least kind of specify that? Are we talking 20,000, 2,000? Thousands and thousands is a lot. We won't hold you to it, but it's really helpful to get a ballpark. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have that information. I was bringing as much information as I can. I just don't know if I have that. I do know that right now, the length of time on a wait list is actually just over 4 years. If you've put your name on a wait list for childcare, it will take you 4 years. I would have to quickly look through my data, because I did bring it. I just can't find it, sorry.
That's fine, if you'd like to follow up.
Maybe you can,
We have about 1,500 children on the wait
Okay,
list.
thank you.
However, that's how many people have, it can be very discouraging when you apply and you know you're never going to get a spot. It means many people won't put their name on a wait list.
Sure, I know the feeling firsthand. And so, to the mayor's point, that 1,500, that's our total issue right now, our total number of folks in need of service. But what you think is probably more than that, because that only represents applicants on a waiting list.
Yes, it does, although I will say that people will put, some families, as soon as they think about they're going to have a child, they will put their name on the wait list.
It's become an element of family planning, yes, thank you.
thank you. I have a motion to receive the presentation by Manager Mitchell of Human Services regarding the Children's Services Plan for 2025-2029. I seem to be getting a hint here. Councillor Doble and Councillor Perry. Any other questions or comments? All in favor? And that's passed. I also need a motion that the report HS 2025-001 Children's Services Service Plan be received, and that this report be submitted to the Minister of Education as required. Councillor Yeo, Councillor Richardson, all in favor? And that's passed. Councillor Yeo, you're throwing me off here because I keep looking for you up there. Yeah, something like that. Okay, we'll move on to Committee of the Whole. And I need a motion that the minutes of the Committee of the Whole meeting of April 8th, 2025 be received and the recommendations included in section 9.3 of the agenda and be adopted, save and except 933, 934, 936, 937, 9314, 9315, 16, and 14, 16, and 17. 15 is the presentation. We won't extract that one. Can I have a motion? Councillor Warren, Deputy Mayor McDonald, all in favor? And that's passed. First extraction is 933, Deputy Mayor McDonald. It's road conditions on Mustang Drive.
Thank you, and through you. I'd like to accept that as printed, but I have a couple comments on that. I just wanted to make a note that we can't ignore Ward 6 due to Councillor Ashmore's absence. So Councillor Richardson and myself traveled the roads and found it was very hard to travel on. My understanding through that they're dragging the roads right now, so which is good, which I found out, and when the weather is suitable, they will grade the roads with a crown. I understand that this is a Class Road 6 road, but we need to keep it up to the standard in which we stand by. And also on the other one for engineering or whether it's public works, that the safety concern that was on the deputation was about the two bridges are going to be reconstructed in the next couple of years. But by driving at both Councillor Richardson and both of them had a deep drop off on both sides, and the residents are concerned with some safety concerns for people living there. So if they could look at that, I'd be real appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. So did you have a motion as
printed?
As printed. Seconder, Councillor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed. Item 934 is also yours, Deputy Mayor. It's the parking fine and signage recommendations in downtown Lindsay.
Yeah, thank you through you. First of all, I'd like to thank the BIA for their deputation. I have a motion that the Lindsay Downtown BIA proposed fine and adjustments be used for the next 5 years, and then I have a follow-up motion on the signage. So if I have a second, I'd like to speak to it.
Councillor Perry.
Yes. During the deputation, the BIA pointed out that the fine structure already put in place by the bylaw enforcement exceeds those of many other Ontario municipalities. So their recommendation for the 5-year plan, which was well thought out, for the fines and signs strikes a balance between maintaining order and the turnaround and ensuring a friendly atmosphere in our downtown. We have a vibrant downtown, and we're almost full of capacity, and that's kind of the way we like to stay with that. So this 5-year plan that we were talking about study, which will also be coming to council soon with the parking study, and the signage that fits in with the wayfinding that is also being worked on. So I think this is just a perfect time to have this 5-year plan for both that, and then we got to wait for the parking study to come out, which is coming soon, and then we have wayfinding. So all that stuff will all kind of work together in the next few years. We have a little parking issue right now, signage issue, and we know that we don't want to give a $45 ticket for somebody to shop downtown. That's not the whole intent that we wanted to do. So we want to welcome people and our visitors to our downtown and not scare them away. So as you can tell, I'm very compassionate about this downtown, and if anybody has any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Councillor Perry, do you want to speak to it?
I think it's been well spoken to. Thank you, Mayor.
So what's your motion, Councillor, Deputy Mayor?
I have the motion that the Lindsay BIA, the LDBIA proposed fine adjustment be used for the next 5 years, as proposed what they said on their deputation. And the follow-up motion was for the signage to happen sooner than later and within the time limit that we can actually show people that there is 2 hours parking down the free. So that's my 2 motions.
And you're not dealing with the fine issue at the moment? You're going to do a follow-up on that?
Well, the proposed fine adjustment was in the deputation, so that's what I was asking for the next 5 years for that adjustment being used. And you can see that was in the deputation for 5 years that everybody read the committee of the whole. So it points out what they believe the 5-year plan would be for charges.
You don't have any objections if we do it all at the same time so that we don't have to keep going back to the ministry every year?
Yep, yeah, do it for the 5-year, for sure, absolutely.
And include it all in one?
And then, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Any questions or comments from council? Councillor Joyce.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Sorry, I need a reminder, where are the fines now, and what you're proposing?
The fines went in 5 different areas, went from $20 to $45 for parking downtown. Their 5-year plan was year 1, 25, year 2, 25, and then year 3, 30, and then in the 5 years. And that goes with each category that goes there. The one was $30, it went up to $45, and then we have a 5-year plan for that, and so on. And I think that is a good way to look at it, because we have a lot of things we got to do first. We got to put signage up there. We got to let people know what the rules are. And I think this was a good proposal by the BIA.
Thank you.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in favor of supporting this for a couple of reasons. One is we have a unique partnership with the downtown parking strategy and the city. They came to do a deputation because they had concerns, but with those concerns, they also brought a solution. And it's a staged in solution over the next 5 years, which is going to help them get further ahead on what they're trying to do as their project. So I think it's a good compromise at this time.
Can I ask for one thing, that the signs be attended to in 2025?
Absolutely. Thanks for that.
Councillor Joyce, you had another question?
Sorry, it just occurred to me, sorry, Mr. Mayor, will we have disparity of parking fines between Lindsay and Bob Cajun? And this is just the BIA. Okay.
Okay, everybody clear? All in favor? And that's passed. Moving on to 936. Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And just very briefly, this was a deputation that we received at Committee of the Whole regarding the request to purchase the road allowance on Pot Shore Road. Just a point of procedure, if I could, I'm just curious where this is at, because during Committee of the Whole discussions, I'd requested an update on the neighbors' positions and experiences. I just haven't had that information provided yet from the deputants or the prospective owner, the applicant, and I just wouldn't want it to go forward without having that information that was promised to me as the ward councillor. Thank you.
So right now, all you're doing is receiving it? No
Yes,
other action?
and I didn't see it anywhere else on the agenda. I just wanted to confirm that it wasn't being approved or going through the system somehow, that it would be missed without those concerns.
All you're doing is receiving the deputation?
Thank you, then I'll receive it as printed.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. Mm, 9314, Kawartha Lakes Fire Rescue Service Annual Report. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had a conversation with Chief Jones about my concern, and move it as printed. We're good to go there.
Thank you. So you're fine with it? You're moving it as printed?
Yes, yes, as printed. I had a concern with the Bethany Fire Station being called out too often to neighboring facilities, leaving us at risk, but Chief Jones feels it's a spike and will come back down, and just something to keep an eye on. We're not a huge concern at this time.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Doble. All in favor? And that's passed. 9316 is the encampment response. Councillor Perry, followed by Councillor Joyce.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you for this. I'm just taking a look. I had a motion that I was going to bring as submitted on Sunday evening, and I'm just trying to find it right now in my inbox. It was here a moment ago. If you could bear with me. Shall we come back to this one perhaps, Mayor, while I look?
We can do that. We can go to Renovictions, which is 9317. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, just to make you aware, 9.3.7 was also on my list. It was 4 Points Road, which is the same road that Councillor Richardson and I...
Let's go back to 937. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, that's no worries. Yes, it's the same thing there at 4 Points Road, Amanda Newton and David Newton. Councillor Richardson and I traveled that road also, and again, talking to Public Works, I know that we're behind the roads due to the storm, which is definitely understandable, but this road also needs attention also sooner, so I'll just move that as printed. I just wanted to make sure that the people know that we're looking at these roads for them. Okay, thank you.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed. Are you ready, Councillor Perry? Or?
I am, Mayor. Thank you very much for your indulgence, rather. Looking at this important policy, the policy on encampments, I want to thank those who were involved in bringing this extensive work forward. I did have some suggestions, which I had forwarded to staff in the department earlier on, and some views that I would like to see included. We weren't able to connect on those, so here we are at the council table, and I had heard originally that this, some time ago, that this wouldn't be coming back to council, so I'm very pleased to see that it is here. I have a motion to add a few things to the policy. What I did was I boiled down my suggestions, my input into three major or primary priority suggestions, and councillors can see those in the motion text that I provided. Number one has a great list on page 1 or 2 under guiding principles, and adding housing for everyone is my proposal as the first guiding principle. Again, these are guiding principles, and I find often in discussions and focuses on encampments, we tend to sometimes overlook or become accustomed to encampments or their legitimacy or that they should be there. And this guiding principle just would serve as, I think, a helpful reminder that we're supposed to be putting encampments out of business by housing everyone, first and foremost, that encampments are not an acceptable solution to the housing crisis that we have, the affordable housing crisis. I know that people understand that who are working on it. It would be just nice to see, I think, included in terms of a priority under the guiding principles. My second suggestion, an amendment, would be that residents with lived experience be included on both the encampment leadership team and the encampment working group. What happens here under this policy is that lived experiences are put together, encampment experiences, those of neighbors where they exist, and we kind of create a leadership team and a working group. It's intrinsically and necessarily, I suppose, kind of a bureaucratization of people's human and lived experience, that we're going to have a policy that sets out these kinds of teams and groups, which I understand. In the policy they talk about, or it is talked about, making sure that people with lived experience are engaged in the process. So putting someone with lived experience with poverty or with homelessness, perhaps having lived in an encampment, on the leadership team and the working group would go a long way to fulfilling that commitment to engagement. Right now, I would submit those groups and teams are a little law enforcement heavy. They're represented. I think that balance again would come back to ensure that people with lived experiences are on those two groups. And last but not least, on page 7, which talks about once a notification has been received of an encampment on city-owned land, that the outreach team will attempt, of course, to make and initiate outreach efforts with people living in the encampment. My proposal would be to end that sentence with, and their neighbors where applicable. I found last summer in dealing frontline with an encampment in Fenelon Falls that given the length of time that had been taken, neighbors were feeling that they had not been engaged or did not have sufficient information or updates. I think this commitment in section 2.03 would help make neighbors visible in this process in the spirit of growing community, of this being a community issue, not creating kind of an us and them neighbors versus people living in encampments, but rather that there can be from the start a community or a neighborhood approach, bringing people together. We did see over the course of last summer, at least the contacts I had, some of the frustration that arose, again, was because the time was taking and people felt that they hadn't been engaged on the street, the street where the encampment was, and also neighbors had vulnerabilities themselves that were growing and could have been alleviated, I think, and had a more harmonious resolution were they to be consulted. Again, section 2.03 looks at notifying folks of outreach efforts. So my only suggestion there would be to add neighbors. So those are my 3 modest proposals. And that, of course, the encampment outreach protocol come back for council for approval at the end of Q2 so that we have time to duly consider that and provide any input now. To summarize, Mayor, I understand that this is a work in progress, that certainly these types of policies that deal with people's lived experiences and human realities within our community as a whole are always evolving, are always being tweaked, are always being reviewed. And in that spirit, I submit that this be passed as printed with those 3 amendments. Thank you very much.
Is there a seconder to any of that? Councillor Warren, did you want to speak to it?
I like the intent of Councillor Perry's comments. I'm wondering if he could sit down with staff once again to go over some of his suggestions. He's spelled them out, and yes, I did read them. I don't have them right in front of me, but I do like the intent of housing for everyone. Definitely lived experience. So a lot of committees do have people on them that have gone through that. And let's see, and, you know, and leadership, be on the leadership team. And personally, I'm hoping this is just a blip, that encampments will be a bad dream, and that we will have housing for everyone going forward. But I'm just, I'll second it at this point, but I'm just wondering if you take maybe a friendly amendment that it go back to staff. Yeah, so that's just.
Councillor Richards.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions maybe to Councillor regarding his suggestions, just for some clarification, if you don't mind. How do we go about recruiting those with those living experience addresses, number one? Number two, who will be circulating to the neighborhoods to provide that communication and that outreach? Whose responsibility will that fall under? And maybe number three, if we're suggesting amendments in the future, is this a council report that will come back on a yearly basis to give us an update of what's going on? Just so we know. But I do have concerns regarding sending it back to staff, because let's be honest, we're in April. You know, we've done a great job as a city finding places for our folks during the winter months. But this is the time of year when they do pop back up, because those folks choose to live like that sometimes, unfortunately. So I'm just wondering if you could provide some clarification.
Happy to. Thanks, Councillor Richardson. Your first question about people living who have lived experience, again, that would be up to city staff and the community services to find, as they're selecting their members of the encampment leadership team and the encampment working group. People with lived experiences are recruitable. They sit on many committees and the boards of many volunteer organizations, and who is recruited and how would be up to the expertise and the experience of community services when they put these groups together. It certainly is possible and shouldn't be too arduous. Thanks for the question about communicating with neighbors who would do so. I believe last summer it was Comms and Community Services that did do some outreach to neighbors. It was just, to me, it was an area that could be perfected, or it was a challenge to do it sooner or more frequently because of the time it took. And I know this was one of our first times through that, especially in Fenelon Falls. And so the trail has been blazed on how to consult with neighbors. To me, it's also a matter of having neighbors show up in the policy to demonstrate optically that there is that wraparound approach and inclusion and a community-based human rights approach. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor McDonald. Sorry,
just a response to that. So at this time, could I ask staff if this would pose a challenge when it comes to time logistics? And any input as well towards these suggestions?
before we finish, I'll give staff an opportunity to comment. Thanks. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you. Yeah, the guided person housing for everyone, I think that is a given, whether it's written or not. I think we need to have, but we can put that in. I can't see why that would be an issue. Residents, with experience, if the staff thinks that that's something that they need, I think you could work with them on that one. But I'm a little concerned with the outreach, and I understand what you're talking about because I was involved with your Fenelon last year and so on. My only concern with that is that when you leave it open saying adding the neighborhood is at one house, 10 houses, 6 blocks, or whatever. So I'm a little concerned with that because that's going to take a lot of time, and I don't think they have the staff has that. So I'd like to narrow that one down. Plus, I think that could be part of our job if you want that in there. Maybe it's part of the councillor's job to help out staff because they might not have the resources to do that, and maybe communicate with the councillors at that time to give some language to go talk to the neighbors and that. But that's kind of my thing, and I'll leave it to staff to kind of answer those questions. Thanks.
If I could provide an answer to the comment as well then, Deputy Mayor, and thanks for that. I think just in terms of the neighbors, I left it purposefully vague for the discretion of staff who are executing. This summer, it would have been maybe 15 households on the street. But who knows? As you said, it could be more, it could be less. The Superior Court decision that was referenced with regard to encampments, the judge got off a little easy, and I wish there had been more guidance. That situation was a parking lot where there were no neighbors. So the judge didn't have to juggle or address, the interests of neighbors living next door. So to me, this also comes from, while it would be open to discretion of city staff, this also comes from what I found, and I know you're involved as well, and thanks for that. Early on, there was a lot of goodwill, a lot of grace, a lot of that community spirit to work together. Given the time that it took, neighbors expressing wanting to be consulted, wanting more information, wanting to be notified, I could see the frustration growing over the course of time, which could have been remedied were neighbors able to be notified. And again, I think it's important, even though it's discretionary for which neighbors the city staff would notify and do outreach efforts with, I think it's important to have them visually in the policy so that the entire community feels included as we look at a community-based human rights approach. Hope that helps answer some of your questions.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, on the surface, I don't have a problem with Councillor Perry's suggestions. My concern is timing. And again, staff can answer this question better. I'm just wondering if it's better to accept it as printed, because we need a protocol in place now, I believe. But at the same time, have a discussion with staff, and later, I think you suggested Q2, have an amendment to the protocol with this discussion that you've brought forward. Just wondering if that's a better path forward.
Thank you. Councillor Dole.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an issue that is certainly top of mind when I was campaigning over the last several weeks, talking to people in Ward 5, and it's very much a Ward 5 issue. I know it exists in other wards, but it's certainly something that people are very concerned about. I'm intrigued about the idea of the expanding the consultation, and in theory it sounds terrific, but I'm just wondering in terms of the practicalities what that's going to look like. I guess I would like to know staff's thoughts on it. But the other aspect of it, I mean, from a practical matter, I can think of several neighbors who spoke to me that probably would like to participate in this consultation. So I'd certainly be prepared to speak to staff about that. But I go back to Councillor Joyce's point. It's really important. The time of year we're in, we need to be moving forward with this now. I just don't want to, so I would, is there a way, is it your intention that we proceed and then continue with this consultation? Rather than, because I don't want to see anything delayed at this point in time. We need to have that policy implemented. There needs to be legs on it, and we need to be able to be responding to these issues sooner rather than later. And I don't want to see us get bogged down in prolonged consultations. I think the idea is great, but what it looks like.
Right. If I could perhaps provide a point of clarity, no one's raising the point of consultations. The language in the amendment is to notify and to make contact with outreach efforts during an encampment situation. So what's being proposed in the amendment is that when an encampment takes place, under section 2.03, that in addition to the outreach team contacting and initiating outreach efforts with the people living in encampments, which is completely necessary, that they will also notify and do some outreach to the neighbors if there are any. And I really can't see a community-based program that doesn't include notifying neighbors of an encampment. I saw firsthand how that could have diffused and brought much more inclusivity and positivity to a situation this past summer. And capitalize on that goodwill that we have found can exist early on, that seems human nature to erode over time without a constant, or an effort to be able to make contact and initiate outreach. Now, that said, it had been done. There was some outreach done in Fenelon Falls this past summer. It was actually a door-to-door, I believe. And the staff and bylaw have talked about that opportunity to do education. Well, education is great, and I'm sure it serves a function. At that stage, though, it also needs to listen to residents' concerns. Maybe they have some vulnerabilities. I know one gentleman was in his mid-80s and looking after his wife at home who had Alzheimer's. So there really are people behind all of it. And that's why I'm advocating an all-of-community human rights-based approach, which would put in writing that there would be contact with neighbors where applicable.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and so I will ask staff, Director Faber, there were 3 points that Councillor Perry...
I'll get staff to comment before we finish up.
Okay, well, I just thought now's the time.
No.
No, okay.
If I could, Mayor, to finish speaking to Councillor Doble's point, I don't think this should go back. We are needing to move forward. I fully agree with that. The difficulty is, it's not Council's agenda's issue that this has come now, with only a month to go. This has been around for at least a year. It wasn't coming back to Council, and then it was coming back to Council, and it's been a long time coming. And so I think we really need to be able to be sure that we now feed in as elected officials on behalf of our constituents and drawing on our own expertise, part of which is why we're all elected, and experience to feed into what staff has prepared. I'm proposing 3 priority areas that I have found for consideration, and I appreciate the discussion. I think it's great, and hopefully you'll be able to support that going forward with these amendments. And then absolutely, Councillor Doble, coming back to this as a living document and providing any additional comments or input that we have. I missed one meeting with staff because my scheduling was wrong, but then we weren't able to rebook. Right? So it can have that real-time challenges in order to be able to get things together. That's one of the reasons the second part of the amendment has that the actual protocol, which flows from the policy, would come back to Council as well. So I leave that in the astute hands of my Council colleagues.
So, Councillor Perry, I've got a couple of points, I guess, and a couple of questions.
Sure, Mayor.
You alluded to the fact that there was a meeting that was supposed to take place and didn't take place, where this could have been raised and where we could have perhaps handled it in a smoother manner. And I understand that there was some sort of glitch with your schedule that didn't allow that to take place. I believe that after that point in time, you received an email responding and offering to meet with you to have conversation with you going forward. I saw a copy of that. I believe it was from manager or from Director Faber. But I wanted to say about lived experience. I believe as part of this task force, we have people from a place called Home. We also have people from Canadian Mental Health, and we also have people from, I think, the John Howard Society, all of whom, many of whom are volunteers, and who I would say have lived experience as well as our own staff who work professionally in this, and I would call that a lived experience as well, because they deal with it daily. So I think that, we cast a wide net, not just with the OPP and bylaw and Kawartha Lakes Police Service, but there are a bunch of other people who do feed into this protocol as well. And I do take the point very seriously that we need this policy in place now. And we can work on the protocols and we can work on the other things as we go forward. So I think that we're muddying the waters here a little bit. And I will give staff a chance to respond to the things they've heard. I'll start with the CAO and then perhaps the director.
If I could, Mayor, am I able to respond to your comments? Is that fine before we go? Because just a couple of things there. Yeah, I mean, we had a meeting scheduled for Thursday. I take full responsibility. I had a scheduling error. It was at 9 o'clock, I think. I would argue with you that it was at 9:30. Turned out not to be. However, just to make sure that we have things straight, I then offered to meet Thursday and Monday and did not receive a response. So, that happens when we're starting to get into, a back and forth and a consultation with councillors. I don't think there's necessarily anything not smooth about us considering to strengthen or to add in this public forum around the council table to a policy, especially one as important as this. I don't like to think that we're muddying the waters, so to speak. I think we're bringing our expertise and our experience and representing our constituents and doing some policy work. And with regard to lived experience, Mayor, absolutely, those folks have a lot of dedicated hours that they've put in. But I think they would agree from the organizations you've mentioned, there's a difference between advocates and being there on behalf of someone and of someone who has lived experience of the issues. And I would think that the organizations you mentioned may indeed nominate someone with lived experience to also serve, given their knowledge and their appreciation of the accessibility and need for that old saying, no decisions about us without us.
We'll agree to disagree, and I'll see if the CAO wants to weigh in, or he's happy to have Ms. Faber.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, maybe through you, maybe just clarity from my perspective on sort of the process and the structure of sort of bringing this forward. So a couple of comments. We've been talking about some experiences that happened over last year, feedback coming back from the councillor, but as well as others throughout. You'll recall as council back in the fall, sort of at the end of, I'll say, the outdoor season, we did bring forward a multidisciplined update to council on an encampment program approach. It used the terms protocol that we were developing and starting to look at formalizing the program that, quite frankly, has been well sort of served and staffed, but is growing as you can appreciate. And so we wanted to introduce the topic to you last fall and sort of educate through you to the public what was being heard. That led to a commitment of this period of time of bringing forward to you, based on staff and team's experience, a recommended policy. And along with that, or concurrent, we formalized a protocol. And I want to make the distinction between the two, because the policy that is in front of council, as recommended and as potentially amended, is your policy. We don't have a policy currently for this program. We've been operating it and managing it operationally and through the Human Services Department and obviously many other community partners. So I wouldn't suggest there's an urgency for a policy in the immediate term, but what we are proposing and asking of you is give some direction and guidance and formality to how we are advancing this program. The protocol is what I would suggest the living document. It is how we're going to action, how we're going to implement your policy. And it's advising how we're already starting to mobilize partners and teams. That is an internal city document. We formalized it so that, because recognizing the complexities and the number of individuals that are contributing to the implementation, it needed to be a formal document. So it was provided to you concurrent as information, and we're committed to continue to update that document ongoing. The major milestone is getting from you a policy approval so that we at least can work within your philosophy and your commitment through to the public. So at Committee of the Whole, we had that put forward. There was some feedback leading up to that, both from Councillor Perry as well as others. And in between, best efforts were attempted to try to coordinate those additional comments, and we obviously went through those and considered those. What is in front right now, and I guess to conclude more on the process perspective, it would continue to be staff's recommendation that council approve the current policy as recommended, not because we haven't either had time or the amendments proposed aren't appropriate, but the natural progression, I just don't think we're ready to be able to make formal commitments like that in a council policy. And you heard some of the comments just with respect to those amendments. The ones that I would suggest are of significant concern at this point would be the lived experience sort of recruiting people to sit on a committee that isn't a committee of council. These are operational response teams that are implementing our protocol or our response to encampments. So there isn't a formality in terms of what would be a conventional council committee, board, task force, anything like that. So you will see in the protocol, there is a strong commitment to get all perspectives, including lived. And I would suggest that our encampment and homeless team are quite tuned in to those individuals and getting those perspectives. And I'm quite confident that they have already had a voice through the protocol that's been developed. So I see some complications in formalizing or structuring and recruiting for committees that really don't have, they're focused on response. The second piece is the neighbors and the notice and communications. And you'll see in the protocol that recognizing that these are all unique and they are very complex in terms of response. There are concerns with respect to what would a neighbor be defined as, what would a stakeholder be defined as at this point. And I appreciate that, there's language to suggest there's discretion of staff or as applicable or in certain circumstances. I just would caution that council, if you are committing to reaching out and communicating with residents, stakeholders, neighbors, however you define it, we need to be ready to ensure that we're going to deliver on that promise. And I appreciate sort of where it's coming from. I just would suggest I don't think we're ready yet based on the complexities of the response and how we're advancing this. So at this point in time, we would respectfully recommend the policy as proposed. But having said that, certainly always would consider the inputs that are here and any others that come through our implementation over this season. We'll respond to individuals. We'll report back to council as you see appropriate. So I'll leave it at that on the process side, Mayor.
Thank you. Director, did you wish to say anything?
Sure. Yes, thank you through you, Mayor, and to all of council. And thank you, CAO Taylor. You stole some of my thunder, but I think we're working hand in hand on this, and I think that's the beauty of this, given the integrated approach. So I just wanted to first off thank you all for your vested interest, including those who are experiencing homelessness, as well as the rest of our broader community, as you've currently noted, Councillor Doble, thank you, given your campaign. So as CEO Taylor said, the presentation which you heard on April 8th, that Committee of the Whole, we presented the encampment response policy, of which the council policy that you are looking at today to endorse will really set that tone and approach for us as city staff. And I've heard that in all your comments today. As you've heard, I couldn't be more pleased with staff's response on this. The integrated approach that we have established across the corporation within our teams has been standalone. I'm starting to see this come through many efforts that we are embracing as city staff, but this one stands alone, and you should be proud of the integrated and collaborative approach that our staff have taken to fulsomely come and wrap themselves around this approach. So this is not human services leading this. It is an inclusive approach across. And I want you to know it's working. We are achieving results. We had our winter response program receive 100% results, and all of them are now in permanent shelter. Those that were homeless in the fall now are in permanent shelter that accessed our motels throughout the winter. It's working. It's working. We are receiving and seeing results. So again, we're here today to pass the motion about the policy. It will set the tone and advise us. It will enable staff to operationalize this and continue to learn. We didn't have this even 5 years ago at the breadth and scope in which we're seeing. We need to be adaptable, nimble, and responsive to this situation, so complex. And so I must say that given Councillor Perry's 3 amendments, I hope this might actually also provide you some context, given to what CAO Taylor has already said. The council policy actually fits into the approved council's 10-year housing and homelessness plan. So the housing and homelessness plan illustrates a continuum of types of housing, right through from being homeless, right through to being securely housed, and all places and stages in between. The encampment policy is embedded underneath that umbrella of our 10-year housing and homelessness plan. You've already adopted a housing first approach. It falls within that. So it's a duplication of saying that again because it falls within that council policy of which you've already supported. Council approved that. It's a 2019 to 2020 plan. And so that the policy, along with that 10-year housing and homelessness plan, will strive to balance the safety and the risk and the needs of all the parties involved, not just those living on shelter, neighbors, constituents, and stakeholders on the broader stakeholder, as well as staff. So I also wanted to note that establishing a sanctioned encampment, because I know that's other conversations we've had, on public land was not an option. This was our approach to avoid a sanctioned encampment at this time. And again, let staff operationalize this, learn from it, see the results, and we can come back to you with an evaluation and an approach, as Councillor Richardson said. We also have recently learned from our fellow municipalities, Waterloo, Toronto, and Hamilton have all experiencing shutting down encampments. And we have learned through the litigation and the case reviews, as well as the insurance reviews that have been done, and it has been brought into this policy to give us best practice so we can set forth on a very fulsome and evidence-based policy for you to adopt, as well as the protocol for staff to operationalize. The council policy and corresponding operational documents frame the guiding principles, the governance structure, and the processes to be followed, not only for staff, but also for the neighbors and constituents that have queries or concerns. As Councillor Perry said, and Councillor McDonald experienced as well, these aren't going away, these types of situations. So we need to have processes in place for those types of concerns. And we do. The customer service standards enable that to happen. If someone has a concern, a query, a recommendation, call our office. We then as staff are accountable for following up. It's documented, and we actually do follow up with those. And we can also assess the situation from a risk perspective as to what we are sending staff into. Thresholds of folks what should I say, behavior and actions these days can be either positive or negative. And we as leaders have to ensure that is assessed before we send staff in, and the right staff. So as Councillor McDonald suggested, neighbors, it's a difficult one to define. If you looked at Old Mill Park last year, how do you define a neighbor? Is it everyone that looks onto that park? Is it, 3 blocks out? How do we actually define a neighbor? So given the examples from neighbors last year, I really want to make sure that we're setting staff up as well as our shelter stayers for their safety. The examples of arson last year, I would not want staff going to knock on those neighbors' doors. So it's a scale, and we have to actually have a policy in place to advise staff how we approach that. So again, I really want you to also hear me say today that staff are on the cusp of bringing you back the revised 10-year housing and homelessness plan. That was in the report, we stated that at the presentation, and that plan is actually going to address how we reduce homelessness over a 10-year period. That's the focus of that plan that's coming before you in a couple months, and it's going to actually outline what is in our control as a municipality to reduce homelessness. So let staff operationalize this. It would be my request to you. Let us continue to monitor the results, and we will then bring back a report to you. So passionately, again, as each of you, I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity for us to respond.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, would you like to sum up?
Oh, I think...
Councillor Warren has already spoken twice. Go ahead, Councillor Warren.
Through you. So to staff, to Director Faber, so would staff reach out to people with lived experiences to, have a more fulsome view of what's going on? That's my first question. And you also said, well, it's redundant basically for putting housing for everyone, but wouldn't that be just not a big deal to have that in the report? So those are my 2 questions. Yeah.
So if
under guiding principles.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Warren. Your first question, sorry, I just lost it. Yeah, the engagement. I forgot to mention that, and I'm sorry, is that throughout all of this and leading into not only the protocol work, the encampment policy development, as well as the 10-year housing and homelessness refresh, we have engaged and consulted with people with lived experience, neighbors, health service providers, housing service providers. So that continues, and on a day-to-day basis, Councillor Warren, our staff are out talking to these individuals daily, and they inform us daily. We have to be responsive, nimble, and adaptable, as I said, daily to those needs. Their voice is very much included in all of this work, and that's why I think the spirit of it being a living, breathing document gives us that opportunity to do that. Second question, if you can just...
was why not have just in the strategy housing for everyone? I know you said it's kind of redundant, but why not just put it out there?
No, I agree with that. I think we could actually include an overarching framework paragraph that could actually put the context it needs given the 10-year housing and homelessness plan.
Councillor Perry, would you like to sum up?
Sure, I'd like to sum up, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be involved in these kinds of discussions from the council table. I think it's very important for us as public officials, as elected officials, to bring our thoughts and experiences and expertise that we bear, as well as our constituent views, into the conversation and help inform the policy as a critical part of policy development from councillors' perspectives. We talked a little bit, I dare to say it, perhaps I'm being bold, but perhaps, CAO, as you mentioned, maybe the complexity of the response is part of the issue here. It's always difficult to put people's lived experience and values into, a policy document of groups and working groups and teams and notifications. And I think maybe that's part of what we're struggling with. The CAO talked about, the formalities of trying to find people with lived experience, or they're not on a council committee. Again, these kind of legalistic notions getting in the way as barriers of participation and access and the humanization, if you will, of these responses, and being able to maximize those. We're smart people. I think we can define neighbor. I think we know neighbor when we see it. And that we're able to, provide discretion. I'm confident that city staff would be able to use their discretion. I'm sure it's not beyond us to say, in this situation, here are the neighbors that we notified under section 2.03 at the start. Again, not simply an exercise in notification, but in order for the benefit of early engagement to prevent difficulties downstream. I just want to also sum up, if I could, how we got here today. This policy did come to us late on Friday before the Committee of the Whole. We also had the Easter long weekend, a Friday and a Monday. We did try, and we missed the one meeting, but I didn't hear back on possible consultations for Thursday or a Friday. And I provided, as Director Faber noted, detailed comments and suggestions. And the response I got was, we've reviewed them and we don't see a need to include or change the document in any way. Okay, that narrows options. So it isn't as though I'm just coming here to council just to decide to do it from the council table. And I want to make sure that I provide that clarity or that context around the process. So to me, again, we've heard that housing for everyone is a guiding principle. Lived experience isn't simply, it's about inclusion, not simply consultation. It's about co-development. It's about coexisting. That's people with lived experience being part of the process, not in a consultation or an on behalf of campaign or result. And, a voice, as inclusive as that may be, is not the inclusion of working all together on the same level in a community-based human rights approach, which does bring in voices of and participation and visibility and inclusion of people with lived experience. And also, pursuant to my amendments, neighbors being notified for the reasons I've outlined. I think we can do it, and look forward to the vote on this and then having it come back as an evergreen document that can be evolved as we move forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So what you're voting on right now are the three amendments that Councillor Perry is putting forward. Okay? Understood? We're not voting on the policy at this point. We're voting on the three amendments. So all those in favor? And that fails. So we come back to the original, which is that report HS 2025-003, encampment response update and proposed council policy be received, and that the policy entitled Encampment Response Policy attached as Appendix A to report HS 2025-003 be adopted and numbered for inclusion in the city's policy manual. Councillor Richardson, seconder. Oh, yeah, I'll get you. Are you seconding?
I had also extracted it. I haven't had an opportunity to speak.
Okay, well.
Be a little shorter.
Okay, well, let's get a seconder, and then I'll come to you, and you can do your thing, okay? Are you seconding? Okay. Now, I will come to you, as you are correct. You did ask for it to be extracted.
So it's my turn now. Oh, excellent. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to bring this down to the human level here for a moment, and that is every child growing up doesn't dream of, oh, I want to be homeless. Okay, they dream of being a fireman, an astronaut, a rock star, a nurse, a doctor, you name it. So everybody that's homeless deserves empathy. Something in their life a curveball has happened, a serious curveball, and that's why they're homeless. And I look at this current protocol, am I happy with it? Not really. But it's also the best we got, the best thing we have for the moment in time. I'm the one that has brought up sanctioned encampments before, but staff can't do that because they need a budget for that. It costs money. It's something I like to look at, but it's not for today, not for 2025. And last year, when I look at a knife attack, community organized disruptive acts involving vehicles shining lights on tents for extended periods of time, spitting, throwing trash, tent slashing, and 3 cases of arson is unacceptable. But that's where we are today. And I think I want to really compliment our staff for going into the fray and doing the best that they can do with the situation that we have. I think we can do better, but that requires consultation, that requires research, that requires a report, and requires money. And that's for something to look at maybe for next year. Well, how we got here is, I believe a lot has to do with COVID. There's a lot of people living on the edge. COVID pushed them over, and that's why we have an increase in homelessness. Now with what's happening south of the border, we're probably entering a recession. That's going to push more people into homelessness. So that's my concern is unfortunately, and I hope I'm really wrong here, it's going to get worse before it gets better. And I do want to talk to staff about investigating a different plan B, because right now the only plan B is to do nothing, and that's unacceptable. So I fully endorse the protocol as it stands now. I welcome Councillor Perry's suggestions to do an amendment at a later stage. And at this time, I am proposing we vote it as printed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Cheryl, Director Faber. So listening to everything around the table today, do you see that going forward in the nearer future, not next year or whatever, that this can change and evolve to make it better as we move forward? I don't want to see sanctioned encampments. I'm hoping that I'm going to look on the bright side and that we, as you did, found housing for all those people in the winter, which is amazing. That going forward, that good things will happen, and we will get housing, and encampments will be a bad, as I said before, a bad memory. But will you look at some of the comments that have been said today and evolve the protocol?
If I may, through you, Mayor, a point of clarification. Is this in relation to Councillor Joyce's further comment around sanctioned encampments?
Yes. So it's all kind of wrapped together. It's separate, yes, but yes, it's on his comments also.
I'm not fully equipped to answer that today from a sanctioned encampment perspective. However, I think what I'm able to commit to from staff's perspective is that we will continue to monitor this with the outcomes, of which will give us the data, the information to help inform. And I'm not opposed to looking at the reviews of best practices across out there to help inform us. That's our role as staff, is to bring that into policy and to bring that into management directives. So Councillor Joyce and I have had these conversations. We've had a very fulsome conversation at our February JAC meeting around sanctioned encampments, and staff brought a comprehensive report forward to JAC around sanctioned encampments. So as you know, Councillor Warren, we continue to have these conversations at the Committee of Council of where they rest between Halibut and the City of Kawartha Lake. So that's our job, is to bring that forward through that Committee of Council too. So I'm not sure if I fully addressed that, but you're hearing my willingness, and to me that's my accountability to you as council.
And I mean, Jack is you know, it's a sounding board, but really the decisions come to council, really. So hopefully we can evolve to make things better. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much. And just to speak to Councillor Joyce's motion briefly, you know, of course, Councillor Joyce said it's the best we can do. Of course, I think we better had we amended the policy just now with the 3 amendments I proposed. However, that was actually my question, perhaps as to the clerk or to the mayor, perhaps you, CAO, Director Faber. You talked about accountability to council. I'm curious then, what's the procedure for us as councillors to have substantial input into important policies like this? I submitted a number of suggestions, and they were considered, though I was told, but none were taken on board. I spent a lot of time on it in very short order because of the holidays and the fact it came in on the Friday. I'm only a phone call away on a Thursday or a Monday as a councillor. And I just, in good faith, I want to know, there seems to be a real hesitancy to amend from the council table. So how then are we engaged in a meaningful, accountable way so that we as councillors can have our meaningful input into these kinds of policies? Thank you.
Well, I think you did see one. I mean, we have spent the last 40 minutes discussing your 3 amendments. We have means whereby you can write a memo to council and it will be considered.
Okay, thank you.
You can at any time call or send an email to staff and they will respond. That is their job, is to respond. They may not do it instantly, they may not do it that day because they're tied up doing other things, but they will get back to you.
I think anyone expects instantly, Mayor. Yeah, thanks for that. I wanted to know the options because I think you can hear my frustration in councillors wanting input, and there seems to be resistance of sort I'm picking up on for us to be able to engage or articulate that. So thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Okay. Councillor Richardson, would you like to sum up?
I figured you were coming to me for that, so thank you through you, Mayor. I think at the time, I think there's been a fulsome discussion around this table. I know that city staff is listening. We have a policy in front of us that we need to move forward with. We've spoken about it being a living document with amendments forthcoming. We've requested that, you know, this is something we want to see on an ongoing basis, you know, a report back to council, how it's rolling out, where we need to make ebbs and flows. I think at this time, you have to commend and recognize what the staff has done, and they are listening to us. And I think we need to move forward with this policy today, and as we go forward, look for those further discussions.
Thank you. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you. We got 2 more to do and then we'll take a break, okay? Councillor McDonald, you've got your Renovictions 9317.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. As people remember, I brought a memo not very long ago about Renovictions, which also is going to help with encampments anyway, as we were talking about encampments. And this is a really good story, and I just thought that I'd give Solicitor Robin Carlson just a few minutes to give us some highlights of what is actually going to be happening with the bylaw in the city of Kawartha Lakes. Thanks.
Ms. Carlson, go ahead.
Thank you and good afternoon. I had the opportunity to write for your information report legal number 4, which came to CAL most recently, or Committee of the Whole most recently. And I was tasked with looking at what supports we have right now in the city to prevent renovictions, which is a landlord's renovation that results in the eviction of a tenant, and what statutory protections exist currently at the provincial level. So in that report, I go through the requirements that protect tenants in the Residential Tenancies Act 2006 that require that if a landlord is evicting a tenant, they must serve them with a notice of termination of tenancy. And if the tenant is of the opinion that the landlord that the scope of the renovations isn't of a grand enough nature to require the termination of the tenancy, that the tenant is able to have recourse to appeal that notice of eviction to the landlord and tenant tribunal. And most specifically of note is assistance for renters that are low income in the city. The city's, on page 4 of my report, I direct council and the public to the Human Services Department has a link to the Community Legal Clinic for Kawartha Lakes and Haliburton, which provides assistance for renters that receive an eviction notice if they're low income, and provides free legal support for those individuals in appealing to the landlord and tenant tribunal. And so that is one support that exists. The Human Services Department also has access to discretionary funding, referred to as stability supports, which can be accessed by low-income households to help stabilize their housing in the event that they are in fact removed from their tenancy due to a legitimate eviction notice and are having trouble finding tenancy in the intervening period of time. It is notable that under the Residential Tenancies Act itself, at the conclusion of the renovations, the tenant is to be provided the opportunity to return back to their tenancy with no increase in their rental rate. So looking at the existence of the supports that currently exist provincially, the supports that we have in terms of funding and with respect to the third party legal supports, it appeared that at this point, additional bylaws wouldn't really be of great assistance. You will see in the report, there are a few municipalities with more of a pressure in this area. And that being Hamilton and Toronto, for example, that have enacted some bylaws that provide for example, additional funding to be provided by the landlord, but that didn't seem to be in our municipality something that was necessary at this time due to the supports that we do have. So that is a good news that there is a provincial and third party supports that are working and working well in the area of rental, Renovictions area. And the second area that I was asked to look into was rental conversion, and that's where you're converting a rental apartment of 6 or more units over to condominium tenure. And again, for example, the city of Hamilton brought forward a bylaw in this regard because they were seeing a lot of pressure. I provided an example to the report, but in speaking with the planning department, this doesn't appear to be something that we have luckily experienced as a pressure in our municipality. So for those reasons, I reviewed the existing context and decided that it wasn't recommended at this time that either type of bylaw would be of benefit to the city. And thank you. Those are all my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you very much.
I got a question. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Solicitor, I was just wondering, when I read through the report, it's kind of a double-edged, it allows honest landlords to carry out and do these improvements, but it also discourages those landlords that are unjustly doing the evictions based on those renovations. So it's kind of a report that actually, in good faith, rewards those that are doing it the proper way, but also putting a regulation in place where it's protecting our residents as well, correct?
One of the criticisms of a bylaw that would help regulate renovictions is that it could have additional costs for landlords that are genuinely needing to renovate their property substantially for health and safety reasons. And for that reason, as well as the fact that we have appropriate supports in the city of Kawartha Lakes, I elected not to recommend that that renovictions be subject to bylaw regulation.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald, back to you.
Thank you. Through you, I just wanted to thank you very much for all the hard work you did and the investigation. And I think this was a good news story for the city of Kawartha Lakes. So thanks again for all the work you did.
Want to make a motion?
Yeah, as printed, motion as printed.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Warren? All in favor? And that's passed. Last one is Councillor Joyce, 9323, request for speed posting on Valencia Road.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pulled that out to because this says I can't speak. Valencia Road is being reduced to 60 kilometers an hour. When I saw that, I talked to the traffic division. It's being an unposted road all this time. A lot of people are clipping along at 80 or more. So they did another traffic study, and it has been ascertained to be posted at 70 kilometers per hour, and that is being addressed in 14.1.19. So we received this as printed, but it's being corrected later in our agenda today. So I just wanted to highlight that to anybody who's listening, watching. That will be the speed limit on Valencia Road between Ramsey and Little Britain, going once things get rolling down the road.
It's not a big difference.
Okay, so do you want to move it as printed or?
It's moving it as printed, yes.
Seconder, Deputy Mayor McDonald, all in favor? And that's passed. And we'll go to 3:30 for a break. Back to order. We got to take a step back here. So 9/3/23, the request for speed posting. First of all, we have to rescind the old one. So Councillor Joyce, make a motion to rescind the motion on 9/3/23 that the Valencia Road from Little Britain Road to Ramsey Road be posted for a speed at 70 kilometers an hour, and that the installation of...
No, you have to rescind the 60,
Okay.
rescind the 60, and then pass a new motion with 70.
And we needed 2/3 majority?
Okay.
So we're rescinding that the Valencia Road from Little Britain Road to Ramsey Road be posted for a speed of 60 kilometers an hour. Moved by Councillor Joyce, seconded Councillor Deputy Mayor McDonald. All in favor? That's done. The new motion is that report ENG 2025-012, request for speed posting on Valencia Road at way stop at Valencia Road and Ramsey Road be received, that Valencia Road from Little Britain Road to a point 500 meters southerly be posted speed at 70 kilometers an hour, that an all-way stop with flashing beacons be installed at the intersection of Vale Road and Ramsey Road, and that the necessary bylaw for the above recommendations be forwarded to council for adoption.
Hold on, Sarah.
Take out what you don't want.
No, we just need all of that.
I did. That's just what I said.
There you go.
You're moving that, Councillor Joyce.
I am, and apologies for messing up with procedure.
Okay. You seconding? Deputy Mayor McDonald. All in favor? That's done. Thank you. Moving on to Planning Committee. That report, PR 2025-004. Oh, sorry. Okay. We'll get there. That the minutes of the Planning Committee meeting of April 9th, 2025 be received, and the recommendations included in section 10.3 of the agenda be adopted, save and accept 10.3.4. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Warren. All in favor? Thank you. Councillor Joyce, 10.3.4, Kings Bay Golf Club.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I have something to say about this particular file. On December 6, 2023, the Director of Planning called me. He says, you need to be brought up to speed on the Kings Bay file. By the way, park 2 hours aside for this meeting. And so began my orientation on the geranium build at Kings Bay. At this meeting, the Director of Planning emphasized this is the most complex file he's ever worked on his entire career. At the time, I thought he meant technically complex, but I later learned that he meant by complex as the most haphazard and complicated file he's ever worked on. Never-ending changes by different planners were a constant. A junior planner working on this file once commented to be too many cooks in the kitchen with yet another round of changes. There's also a group called the Kings Bay Residents Association, or KBRA for short, that was ostensibly a social committee of sorts, but then defaulted as a key negotiator with geranium. Along the way with the KBRA, the issue of buffers came up. And before I came onto the scene, these buffers were in the plan. What are these buffers you think of? Well, just imagine there's homes built 25 years ago, and there's a road in front of these homes with their driveways. In their backyard, they're overlooking what was a former golf course. In other words, rolling green grass that goes on for several yards. So with the new build, a road is now behind these same homes. The buffers are, just think of it, an extra wide road allowance, because their property line is literally, their backyards are literally 20 feet from the back of their house to the property line. Now they have a road there, whereas before they had lots of green grass. Hence, the negotiators with geranium said, no problem, we'll design a buffer of land to keep the road a certain distance away from your backyard. Simple and straightforward, or one would presume. Now fast forward to, this was, by the way, these buffers were put in December 6, 2022. Fast forward now to February 8th, 2023, and the KBRA received an email from geranium. I am writing to further to our numerous discussions with the association executive, members of the KBRA. We've made a number of submissions to you for consideration and yet to receive a response. We've committed in writing a comprehensive package of community benefits for the individual homeowners in the community at large. Our commitments have been set out in a memorandum of understanding provided to you. The courtesy of a response to a proposal is requested by the end of day Friday, February 10th. Failing which, our offer will be considered withdrawn. We'll proceed to assess our options in order to bring our applications filed. So think about this. Email went out February 8th. They gave a deadline of 2 days, February 10th, for an association to reach out to their members, secure a vote, and respond back to geranium. I can tell you in my 40-year career of negotiating business deals at various levels, I've never heard of a 2-day deadline of this nature, especially for an association that has members to reach out to. It's an impossible task that KBR could not obviously meet. And you guessed it, another planning change occurred and the buffers were removed. On April 23rd, 2023, roughly a couple months later, I decided to meet directly with geranium to discuss the said buffers. I have nothing to negotiate with, nor do I have the power to negotiate, so I simply asked geranium to put aside their misplaced anger and look at the bigger picture. I explained that many residents who are not members of the KBRA will suffer, and it's not their fault. To my grateful surprise, Geranium agreed with me, looked me in the eye and promised me the buffers would go back in. I was so elated I was door knocking in residents' homes that very same day that the buffers were back. Well then, sometime in June of 2023, Geranium suddenly sued to take the entire affair to the Ontario Land Tribunal, which mystified our planning department, by the way. Planning department told me that, the T's were getting crossed and the I's dotted. They saw shovels going into the ground by September 2023, if all continued to go well at that point. However, going the OLT route meant a vast delay, so it was a perplexing move by Geranium, or that's another story in itself. The key thing here is with the OLT hearing, a new plan was submitted with, the buffers were again removed. We fought the good fight at the OLT, one of which was insisting the buffers be put back in, but the OLT disagreed because this wasn't based on planning technicalities. It's important to note here that the buffers do not affect the value of the new homes whatsoever. It decreases the length of the new lot size, but with many with 127 to 188 depth of lot, a few feet shorter does not devalue a $2 million new built home where the property width remains the same. That $2 million home will still sell at $2 million, whether the buffers are there or not. During the OLT, Geranium still had the option to say okay to the buffers, but they flat out refused to put the buffers back in. Why, you may ask? Well, I'll leave that to your own discretion based on past and current behavior. Should also interest you to know that along the way, Geranium has launched a lawsuit against our CAO, which I believe will prove to be frivolous at best. They've also brought action against our former Director of Planning, seeking to discredit his professional status. Our former Director of Planning has long since retired since December 2024, yet Geranium still refuses to let this go. It threatens to harm a stellar career of a valued former employee of CKL. Any developer coming into Kawartha Lakes, we have an expectation of being a good and honest business partner. I should point out that another developer, Bromont Homes, has over the same time frame is building hundreds of homes in CKL without issue. So here we are. The Planning Advisory Committee has approved this build in principle as it does technically meet conditions. I really wanted to push this back to the Advisory Committee, but it would open us up to further lawsuits and possibly fines from the province. So on this moral issue that screams justice, I just cannot and will not endorse this particular file. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. Thank you, Councillor Joyce, for explaining your position. I have gone out to witness the Kings Bay Golf Club, so I would have a better visual and understand some of the issues that have transpired over the numerous years. I think, being on the Planning Advisory Committee, this came back to us based on a subdivision agreement, which is the registered document between the subdivider and, of course, the municipality, and it outlines the developer's responsibilities and obligations moving forward. We approved that based on that component of what that subdivision agreement means, and it's to ensure the compliance up to the municipal standards and safeguard measures. I know it's not where you're going, but based on the information we're given and, under the Planning Act, following that subdivision agreement is based on the decision we made at the Planning Advisory Committee. So I just wanted to give you our perception on the application that day and the decision moving forward.
Would you like to move it? Is there a seconder? Councillor Warren, did you want to speak to it? Would you like a recorded vote? Councillor Joyce would like a recorded vote.
I would like a recorded vote. Thank you for that. I didn't think of that.
You're welcome. Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
In favor.
Councillor Warren.
In favor.
Councillor Joyce.
Opposed.
Councillor Richardson.
In favor.
Councillor Perry.
Opposed.
Councillor Yeo.
In favor?
Councillor Doble.
In favor.
Mayor Elmsley.
In favor.
6-4 and 2 against.
Must be 7. No, you're right. So the motion passes. Moving on, we'll do consent agenda.
I have a motion on
And
that,
I
Mayor.
believe you have it.
I do. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Yeo that all of the proposed resolutions shown in section 11.1 of the agenda be approved and adopted by council in the order that they appear on the agenda and sequentially numbered, save and except for items 11.1.4, 11.1.5, 11.1.7, 11.1.12, and 11.1.14.
You should have 11.1.13 on there.
And 11.1.13.
All in favor? And that passes. Our first one, 11.1.4, Summit Wellness Center, Councillor Joyce.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. This is 6.5 million is a pretty big number, so I thought it would be a good idea to extract it just for some open discussion here. I don't know who to ask this question, but the Ministry of Health, the possible funding, the pending funding requests of 2.4 million from the Ministry of Health, the 3 million from the Federal Ministry of Infrastructure, and an unknown amount of DC development monies. Can we get a sense of, will that be coming in to help defray this cost? And how much DC monies do you think we'd get? I just would like some more information.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So maybe a general comment first about the dollar amount. So essentially, this is being brought forward to council to reconcile this project. It has gone through a number of iterations. It's been noted in the reporter, not iterations, updates. And it was formalized in 2022 that we were going to proceed with this project hand in hand in partnership with the chamber of that given area. It is a municipal building and asset and is currently under construction. The budget has been fine-tuned as we've been moving through now the construction phase. And so this is, in my opinion, the last time that we'll be bringing forward sort of the budget reconciliation for this project. And it's based on now updated figures and forecasts and estimates to complete the construction phase. So the bigger number, although it appears big, it was certainly recognized, or it was certainly expected. We just didn't want to keep coming back and forth throughout the project to incrementally increase or to reconcile the budget. So from an administrative standpoint, this is well in keeping with what we understood to come forward, and it was forecasted properly and accordingly. In fact, I would say very much in keeping. I think I mentioned it in the report, right down to the dollars and cents. This has been a very well cost-contained project overall, based on what we've seen with other projects in the city, and obviously the inflationary environment that's there. With respect to the grants, I'm glad you asked the question. As you can appreciate, sort of a collaborative between the city reaching out to provincial, as well as our friends at the chamber, applying more formally federally and provincially. Applications are in place. Governments have changed in those respective areas. And these are a few of many that collectively groups have been applying for to offset the cost. There is still positivity in that we will receive some funding and grants even as early this year. I know the mayor has personally been advocating through the Ministry of Health and the minister, and we've been having those conversations, and also with the teams that are supporting these grants. Can I commit to you that they are going to be coming in? Not at this point, not at this day, but certainly we are getting good feedback. Having said that, this is rounding out the budget so we can finish the construction and then continue concurrently to seek those funds. When we originally started the process, development charges to offset a portion weren't even contemplated. The idea at the time was that it wasn't necessarily growth generated. We just needed a facility like this locally. But as it's been progressing and as there's been initiatives and growth in the city, and I know you appreciate there's no boundaries with respect to certainly healthcare, we thought it would be prudent to include in the update to the development charges a portion that could be growth attributed. I won't be able to give you a figure right now in terms of what that split will be, but it is just an additional funding source that we're exploring right now as we update the development charges.
Thank you for that, and let me just add that there's also been great community involvement. The community has raised funds towards this. I think it's, I don't know if they've hit the $2 million mark. Councillor Yeo may know better than I do, but I think they're very close to that. So those funds have gone into to this as well, or will be going in, or are currently being used to make sure this gets done. And I think as we've sat around this table and talked about healthcare and the need for expanded services, that this is something that is going to be, well used in the north. And it's, we're getting down to the point of dotting the I's and crossing the T's in order to get this finished and get it to be a building that is just something that the community needs up there. You will recall that the emergency room that was used up in Minden had to be closed, and this certainly could be, a replacement for that as we go forward. So, in terms of healthcare, I think it's unlimited to what it can become, and something we need to finish off. With that, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Maybe just a comment regarding, and then a question follow-up. Talking about the possible DC strategy as an explored option is just like you said, it's explored option at this time. I know sitting on the DC Reserve Task Force, that conversation has been happening, but as you said, there's no money there. My one question would be is, if the funding comes through the Ministry of Health, through the green infrastructure and possible DC, that will in turn reduce that debenture. Is that correct?
I believe so, but maybe the CAO knows better, or Director Bokeblum, I'm not sure.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the upset limit of this project is $17.5 million, fully debentured to provide that sort of ability to finish. Anything that we get now in terms of revenue offsets it and reduces the total debenture that would be sought, for sure.
And it is a good news story moving forward. It's a community that needs, our whole entire community needs it, and we'll take some pressure off it. And it also follows the Act under the Public Health as something that we need to do. So.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to thank the councillor for extracting it, because if nobody had, I would extract it myself, because in no time would I expect something that involves $6.5 million of taxpayers' funds to go through without being questioned. So I thank the councillor for extracting it. This is a project that is no surprise. The amount known right from probably not day one, at least day 2 or 3, that it would be creeping up in this area. And the former council and this council has been behind the project. The community has been behind the project. The biggest surprise to me in the whole thing is how the upper levels of government have not stepped into the forefront so far. And that is the biggest surprise and probably letdown in the whole thing. But I still have hope that they're coming through. The community, and when I say community, I mean from as far away as Lindsay and Aurelia and Halliburton County. And the excitement about this project is I don't know the word used, palpable. Thank you, Councillor. And it will be well used, and it will take the onus off of other medical centers and stuff around. And the plans for this place are, if you haven't sat down and looked at it, the amount of professionals and stuff that they seek to have in this building is incredible. And so I appreciate and thank Council very much for their ongoing support. And any questions, if you have any questions, the two proponents from the Chamber running this project are here today, Ms. Wilson and Ian. I was going to say Miss Forrester, but it's Ian Forrester. They are here today, so if you have any questions, and by all means ask me, and if I don't know, which is a very good possibility I won't know, they are here and perhaps could answer a question if there's anything pertinent that somebody wanted to know, but that would be up to the mayor's discretion, I guess. But again, thank you on behalf of the Chamber and on behalf of the entire city of Kawartha Lakes, this council and the previous council for taking and putting the faith in this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and this is a good news story. It always has been, and 100% behind it. I did reach out to Councillor Yeo and ask the question, what if we didn't get the funding, what would happen? And he said, so I guess through Councillor Yeo to staff or whomever, that a mortgage would be taken out, and that it, that's how they would pay the city back. But let's just hope that we do get that funding from the province. But I'm wondering if that's a possibility if we don't get funding.
Well, I think going down that road, it's our building. The building belongs to the city of Kawartha Lakes. So we're probably not taking a mortgage out on it, but we can explore other means, and I haven't given up on the hopes that the senior levels of government will come to their senses and help us out.
And just on that note, there was a lot of perhaps and maybes behind that comment. Thank you.
Okay, back to you, Councillor Joyce. What would you like to do?
I propose we pass it as printed.
Seconded by Councillor Yeo. Nice save, eh? Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that passes. Councillor Joyce, you're on a roll here. You got 1115, which is the 2024 financial year end.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I spoke to staff and had my questions answered. It's all clear, so no further discussion required. I propose we move it as printed. I will comment, though, that the size of our budget and where it ended up is an amazing feat. Congratulations. You don't want to see huge deficits. You don't want to see huge surpluses. You want your spend to hit pretty close to budget, and it's amazing how close they came. So thank you for that.
Thank you, because we're less than 0.5% variance on what we budgeted, and that's pretty spiffy, especially yes. The word of the day, spiffy. Yeah. Okay. Sis, pick on the mayor day? Yes, okay. You're right. Okay, so we have a motion as printed. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Richardson. Did you want to speak to it? No. All in favor? And that's passed. 121 Autumn Lane, 1117. Councillor Yeo, I think that's yours.
It is, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, in my mind, in my opinion, a sad situation that's happened. This building was built with a permit some almost 30 years ago. The building apparently was inspected and no action was taken at that time. 28 years or 26 years later, it found not to be in compliance, and the people are ordered to come up with a zoning change or tear it down, do something. Staff at that time delayed any action until the owners could come up with some sort of solution. No solution was found, and enforcement was imminent, and so they came to council with this quandary. So I have contacted the proponents and told them, unfortunately, and it is unfortunate, in my world, there is no magic wand that can be waved by me as councillor or by this council, that it has to go through some sort of Provincial Planning Act resolution. And so the best that I can come up with as councillor, and anybody can step in and if they can find a better way of doing it. But I do have a motion, and I will give that to you, and with the seconder, maybe I can speak a little more to it. So move that planning staff consult with septic and building department to pause enforcement while the landowners choose a path forward to come into compliance with the zoning bylaw by either applying to land management to purchase a portion of the unassumed road allowance, apply for a rezoning amendment, or remove the dwelling. With the seconder, I'll speak to it.
Did you want to put a time on that?
Maybe. I will give a time on that till the end of this term of council.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Councillor Joyce?
I put
speak more to it?
Yeah, I put the time limit on it because I did think about the time limit, and that was the best I could come up with, because in the report it does mention the will of council being the final say, and I couldn't promise the proponents in this issue that the council of the day, giving it being a planning matter, which sometimes take a while, that it would be this council. And so if it's going to go beyond the term of this council, then it might have to come back for an extension or something, but this will this will spur the proponents on to find a solution that staff will help them with, that this council will help them with going forward. I don't see any way it's going to be a solution that is not going to involve a monetary value that hopefully we can keep from being too prohibitive. But I don't think they want to lose the dwellings. And I don't think staff would be supportive of too many zoning changes to allow it the way it is. And so I'm kind of leaning towards, and I think others are, purchasing a portion of the unassumed road allowance to allow this dwelling to fit into the zoning. So I think that is the path forward, and should this pass, I will or staff can also let the proponents know that we are willing as a city to help them find the solution that they choose forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce, do you want to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in support of Councillor Yeo and for these homeowners, if we can find a solution. I guess the caveat is if staff points out some real negative reasons for any options, we have to consider those, but let's work forward in a positive way to find a solution.
Thank you. Councillor Yo will need to include a receive of in your motion as well.
Yes, and that's,
Okay. Councillor Perry.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a question. This is, the proponents you speak of are Ms. Carroll, who wishes to buy the property, who made the deputation last meeting. Is that correct? The proponents?
Yes.
Of which you speak? No, I just wanted clarity because I know they wanted to purchase it, but is it purchasable? And
it's both the owner and the purchaser. And
okay.
all of them.
And so your motion, as I understand it, would provide them more time to be able to work something out or get the permissions or authorities required. Is that correct?
Yes, the idea is to approach the city, the land management or the planning department or whatever it may be in their efforts forward and, for example, make an offer to purchase something along those lines that could ultimately wind up back at council, so council can take that role as the final say in the matter.
So the time delay, if I could, is just to get more time to get things sorted out. Is that correct?
It's for the wheels to keep turning. Yes.
Thank you.
Anybody else? No? So we have a motion on the floor. Everybody understand the motion? All in favor? And that passes. Oh, here's a popular one. 11.1.12, substantive additions to parks expansionary capital forecast. Start out with Councillor Richardson, Councillor Joyce, and Councillor Doble are all interested in this. So we'll start with you, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, for me, being on the Parks Board, you know, the conversation has come around that council doesn't have an updated Parks Master Plan at the current time. We're undergoing that strategy, which is fantastic because it will reflect our growth forecasts and where we need to anticipate where parks need to go. So I think this report definitely shows that for this particular park at Silvestre Park is new parkland to service the Lindsay's growth in that area with the subdivisions. And I think basically, you know, we have a table that has been attached to this report, and these are future considerations. These are not set in stone. This is about forecasting and providing a path with the Parks Master Plan. And I think I extracted it just to, you know, have staff, you know, comment based on the report and why we're moving forward, in particular with this one and the different pockets of money that we'll use to move forward with the Silvestre Park, but also just to show that, you know, we are moving forward with that Parks Master Plan, which is a reflection of how we need to have our growth in our parks moving forward.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce, did you wish to weigh in?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess, on one hand, it's great to see park expansion and development. I love that. But I just don't understand why we're pushing this forward in 2025. The original budget for Jennings was $205,000 to over $2.5 million. Why can't we push this into the 2026 budget is one question. And the other question, like I just don't understand why this wasn't brought to us earlier or why it can't wait into 2026. And my another question is, granted, a lot of this is being paid by development charges, but there's still 10%, and in the case of Ops Park, 50%. Where is that money coming from? Because I don't think it's been budgeted.
I think we have manager found on the screen here. Yeah. Dr. Found, did you hear the question?
I did, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
If you'd like to answer, thank you.
Sure. I just need to check that you can hear me okay.
Yes, we hear you fine.
Thank you. Yes, so I guess let me start with the resolution, which really just asks council to direct staff to include these projects in the planning process. So that means reflecting them in the development charges study to the extent that is appropriate, as well as the long-term financial plan and the future Parks Master Plan, which Councillor Richardson did mention is underway at this time. So nothing in the resolution is asking council to approve the projects in the sense of providing staff the authority to proceed with them. So this is really just about making sure that our plans are as up to date as possible, and that as noted in the report, that council will have several more opportunities to revisit these projects in terms of how they're being forecasted. To Councillor Joyce's question about why the report is being brought forward now, well, there's a couple of reasons for that. One is that we would like to have these projects reflected in the upcoming DC study, which is being developed right now, as opposed to waiting for the Parks Master Plan to be completed and then have the projects go into the next DC study, which could be several years away. And so what we're looking to accomplish there is to begin cost recovery for those projects as early as we possibly can. The other reason the report is coming now is, as Councillor Richardson noted, we currently don't have a Parks Master Plan. And so through the work that we're doing to update the long-term financial plan, we've been in contact with departments about their expansionary capital needs. And it became clear in our conversations with Parks and Recreation staff that these are substantive needs that were not previously identified, but are required because of the extensive growth, especially in around Lindsay, that is expected to occur.
Thank you. Did that answer your questions, Councillor Joyce?
Yes, it does. Very fulsome. Thank you, Director Found.
Councillor Doble, you had some questions.
There you go.
Even better. Thank you very much. My first question was answered, but I guess my question is then, what are we voting on here? We aren't finalizing anything with this. Is this really more of a point of information?
What we're doing is we're making sure that this gets into the development charges study, so that it can then be, once it's in the development charges study, it can then be considered in future budgets.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions from anybody else on this? Director Johnson, did you wish to say anything about it? No? Director Bokaboom, did you want to weigh in at all? No? Anything else from you, Manager Found?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. There are a couple other points I think I would like to make. Councillor Joyce did ask about how the non-DC share of the cost that you see in Table 1 there would be paid for. One option that we're pursuing, as indicated by the report and the resolution, is a grant to a Parks and Recreation, is a grant application to a Parks and Recreation grant. It turns out that the Ops Park project is very much in line with a particular stream of that grant. And so we're asking council to endorse the project just for the purposes right now of applying for that grant. And we'll certainly let council know what the outcome of that is. Aside from grants, as noted in the report, the assets that are currently in all of these parks will at some point require some kind of rehabilitation or replacement. And so those costs are already committed to, in a sense, through our existing plans. And they're also reflective of those attribution to growth shares you see in Table 1. So really, what that means is that we're not really looking at any added burden to the tax levy as a result of pursuing these projects. But what you'll notice, though, is, of course, heavy leverage of development charges, and that's to reflect the growth-related portions of these projects, the assets that we currently do not have.
Thank you. Go back to Councillor Richardson and see if she wants to move the recommendation.
I will move the recommendation as printed.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Doble. Oh. Any other comments or question? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's passed. Item 11.113, the Eldon Depot Capital Project. Councillor Doble, I think you wanted that one extract.
I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, I hesitate to raise it because I've been doing ramping up to my new role. I've been doing a lot of reading, and a little bit of knowledge can be a dangerous thing. But I just had some questions about this whole the building. Essentially, we want to replace the Quonset hut that's at the Eldon Depot. And back around, I think it was around Christmas time, I started getting my nighttime reading, and I was reading through all of these different master plans, wonderful documents, and I read through this Roads Depot master plan that was dated 2017. And so I look at this, and this original rehabilitation project was proposed in 2020. And in the master plan, they note that the site at the Eldon site is about half an acre in size, and it's deficient in size, that they were looking at acquiring more land before they were looking at acquiring more land. And so I'm looking at this and I'm saying, have we acquired the land? And if not, should we be acquiring the land before we build a new building? Then I read through some more on this, and I look at the what is required for the Eldon Satellite Depot will require the following areas: 5 heated indoor bays for storing vehicles, which they have, outdoor wash bay, which I assume they have, salt and sand storage domes, which they have, outdoor vehicle refueling area, outdoor material storage bunkers, and outdoor work vehicle and employee parking. There's no mention for unheated storage, which is what this Quonset is, and what they're proposing to do is to build it. And I guess really what I want to know is this report coming out of the context of that original master plan, or is it simply a matter of replacing a building that needs to be replaced?
Director Robinson, would you care to weigh in?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor. There's a few different projects happening at that Eldon Depot site. One of the projects that's been approved is to do some resurfacing, some asphalt work at the site. The second project, this one being, is to originally was to scope to rehabilitate the existing Quonset hut that was there. When we brought a consultant in to take a look at that after the project was approved, it was determined that the facility is kind of beyond an easy rehabilitation, requiring a more substantial reconstruction. So that facility is part of the depot master plan. It is a long-term facility. We have not gone through a process to purchase or expand additional property there yet. We're not there yet. But this particular project is an existing structure that has been used for cold storage and other things on that site that is deficient in nature and needs to be replaced with the exact same type of structure that's, that it currently is. And so this money, after looking at that project and determining that a simple recladding and rework was not possible, is requesting to replace that existing structure, if that helps.
Anything else?
So to be clear, then, although the, an unheated storage building is not identified in the requirements for this depot, where you still believe that it's necessary?
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Absolutely, the existing structure is there. It's utilized on an annual basis, primarily for long-term storage in the winter and actively through the summer. That's where signs and other equipment is kept and stored out of sight and out of mind. So the facility is needed. It may have been an oversight in the depot master plan, but the facility is definitely there currently and is needed to be replaced in order to manage equipment moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff. Can this be put off to next year? I know there were other things that had come forward, and part of this is being funded through a contingency reserve, and council wanted to wait to see what was going to happen going forward with our neighbors south of the border.
Good point.
That I brought up the EV charging stations that people wanted to put off because of that was the main salient point. So my question is, can this be put off till after that we have more information?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I would not recommend it. The original scope of work was planned in 2020. It's been delayed for several years because of the assessment and determination that the facility is not structurally sound to continue on. There is some concern over the existing state of the structure if you read the report produced by RJ Burnside. So I would not recommend that we delay this any further, which is why the report came forward. Let's seeking the funds now to execute and implement that work now. It's also tied to the other capital project for the asphalt work, which we haven't moved forward with because we want to make sure that the structure is there before we do any of that other work. So there's a number of things tied together. So I'd recommend moving the project forward now.
Councillor? Good. Back to you, Councillor Doble. What's your wish? Did you want to move it as printed? Okay. Councillor Yo?
I will move it as printed.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor McDonald? Did either of you want to speak to it?
I think all the arguments against it have been put out on the table, and I don't feel that delaying or not doing the project there would be advantageous to the city. I think moving forward with this project is needed at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to speak to it, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, if we listen to the report, it could be a safety issue too. And I think safety is number one priority, so we should listen to what the report says.
Thank you. So we have a mover and seconder, all in favor? And that passed. Thank you. 11.114 is a joint advisory committee recommendation for the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit Review Program. Councillor Perry, you extracted that one.
Thank you, Mayor. And we're back to a motion here with regards to the possible inclusion of persons living with disabilities as a priority under the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit Review Program. If you will recall, This came through a deputation that began with one of my constituents from Ward 3 and has moved through the process since then. At council, we elected to have this addressed and input it into and have a recommendation from the JAC, the Joint Advisory Committee, which I know the Deputy Mayor is on, Councillor Joyce, Councillor Warren, and I attended that meeting as well in Halliburton. It was in Minden, I think. And there were a lot of questions I know that were arising from the report. And in the end, there is a recommendation before us today from the Joint Advisory Committee that the current list of priorities not be changed, therefore persons with disabilities not added, but a letter of advocacy be sent to the Minister in terms of enhancing or extending the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit Program. I had some questions, and the way this appears before us today and why it's here is that I was told that in order to have our questions answered, there needed to be political direction. So here we're at council, and I still have these questions, and my motion is that we do not decide yet to accept the recommendation until we have the confidence that would come with these questions, these 3 questions answered, which I know came up as well from some of my council colleagues who serve on the Joint Advisory Committee. Number 1, it's been said that having this program or including a new priority necessitates expanding the program. Well, I'm not sure why that's the case. If we're prioritizing with an existing population, I'd like to know why that is the case and why tax dollars would have to have an investment, as was included in the staff report, as a reason not to include persons with disabilities. The second question, why would including people living with disabilities as a priority require a retroactive assessment? Perhaps it does, but if so, how could that be done most efficiently, keeping with the intent of the legislation? And last but not least, what have other municipalities done? There are at least a dozen that we found in our own research that do prioritize or have on their list people living with disabilities. How have they managed that financially in their administration of the COB program? And since that had to come to council for those questions to be put, I would encourage us to wait and decide this at our next meeting at the end of Q2, once we have all that information before us and have the confidence of making a decision on that. Thank you. So my resolution is that this report be returned to staff to provide answers to those 3 questions and returned by the end of Q2.
So the motion before you is to receive the report.
Correct.
The 3 questions that you speak of have been sent to staff for a response.
Oh, is that right, Mayor?
Yes.
Good to know. Just learned that a minute ago from you. That's fantastic news.
Okay.
Seeing that.
So all you're being asked to do is receive the report. Once you get the response to the questions, you are free to bring it back to council.
No, it's not.
As you wish. Right. But the original motion of council was to send it to the JAC for their consideration. They came back and asked for a letter to be written to the minister and the province and signed by the mayor and by the warden of Halliburton County, and both of those things occurred. And the 3 questions have been sent to Human Services for a response. So I think that we're just asking for a receive of what was done, and when you get the answers to the question, you then have an option to proceed. So that's my rationale.
Sure. Thanks for that, Mayor. In that case, to me, again, the motion is to receive the recommendation. Right? It is a recommendation from the Joint Advisory Committee. And it's great to know that but my questions are currently obtaining information. So I would replace the current motion, and that's what I intended to do, circulating this Sunday night, with that it be returned to staff, and then we can receive it and decide it once we have those answers back. To me, it's not just a chicken and egg. It's very important because the current recommendations are that people living with disabilities not be included as a priority. Let's not make that decision until we have the answers back that are being sought. The questions here don't represent simply my questions. These were questions I heard the Joint Advisory Committee raising as well, and the answers have yet to be provided. So that is what I propose to do with this motion as submitted.
Councillor Richardson, followed by Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Maybe if I could just ask for clarification, because I don't sit on the JAC. So given that, did the JAC, which is our City of Kawartha Lakes councillors and Halliburton, I believe, are recommending this as printed? Am I correct with that assumption?
That's correct. Their recommendation is that it not be included, that the staff report recommending it not be included, people with disabilities, not be included on the list, and that we have a letter sent, which the mayor said has been done.
So my clarification is the JAC approved what we are saying today. That's all I'm asking.
It's a recommendation, yes.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, through you. Sit on the committee along with Councillor Joyce and Councillor Warren, and what happened was there was a motion brought to send it back to JAC. We sent it back to JAC, and a resolution was resolved exactly what Councillor Perry wanted. There was a resolution made, and what I see here, he doesn't agree with the resolution. So, but the thing is, it was passed, and that's what it was. So going forward, I think what we're saying is that he has 3 questions to be answered. We take this report, we receive it, and if he doesn't like the 3 answers, then he can bring a memo back to say that I don't like these 3 answers, and we can change it. That's kind of the protocol that should be happening, I think. So somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but it's already gone through the whole process, exactly what councillors asked for, and we come up with a resolution. So if anybody can tell me a little different, but that's what I understand what it is, and 3 questions are going to be answered, and he has that opportunity. If he doesn't like the answer, then he can bring it back and do a memo, correct?
Absolutely.
No, not necessarily. I would say from my perspective as councillor.
Sorry, we'll get back to you.
I'll wait for your recognition, Mayor.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just want to assure Councillor Perry that there was a robust discussion about adding disabilities onto the priority list at that meeting. I actually can't remember all the details of the whys and why nots and whatnot, but it was very robust. It was taken very seriously, and there's reasons I can't dictate right now because I don't have recollection of every single point of why it's a very, very difficult thing for us to do. So I just want you to assure you, we took it very seriously, and there's a robust discussion.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, I wasn't chairing. I wasn't the chair, and I thought I was making a recommendation just to receive, but all of a sudden it was the whole recommendation that we go along with the staff report. That being said, the JAC is just, they just put recommendations out. This is where the rubber meets the road. So we did ask a lot of questions, and I know I didn't support the resolution because I thought I was making a motion just to receive. But as it turned out, the chair said, oh, well, staff are recommending this, and it goes forward. So it was kind of an interesting meeting, actually. So that's my 2 cents about what happened at that meeting. But I know that there are many other municipalities that have included persons with disabilities. And I think we should be looking at that. So it's my 2 cents.
Back to you, Councillor Perry. And this will be sum up as well.
Yes, it will. Thanks very much. Just in terms of just revisiting this issue, again, it is a recommendation for us to consider. Having attended the meeting, I'm not sure if robust would be the characterization I would share. There was discussion, but I was struck by how many questions were being raised before the recommendation ultimately passed. That's why I'm bringing this. Deputy Mayor McDonald's characterization of, my position, it's more about I don't feel comfortable until I have this information in front of us, taking a recommendation or not. And I know these were questions, as I said, not simply raised that I had, but what I heard in the room at the Jack. So my motion is that we get these questions first, the answers come back, we can make a fulsome, confident decision on whether to add people living with disabilities to the program list or not. I know Councillor Joyce said it's difficult. Absolutely. Right? And we do hard things. And part of that is getting the information to make sure that we are making a fulsome discussion. So that would be my summation, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo, that was sum up.
I understand it was sum up. I did have my light on before you called sum up, and I do apologize for that. But it's clarification, if I could. And understanding the position that both the Jack and staff are putting, like I'm wondering the word prioritizing people instead of just including people. Two totally different meanings and two totally different words. So I'm wondering if you could differentiate between the two.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just very briefly. The word prioritization is apt simply because in the legislation that came to the last council, there was a list of populations to be prioritized in terms of the assignment of this program. Persons living with disabilities was on the list in the legislation for consideration. It wasn't added that time, and that's how this has come back to this council to therefore consider including them on this list, which is a prioritization list. So in this case, it was one and the same.
And I thank you for that. And again, it just raises another oxymoron on you considering prioritization, which just doesn't make sense in the real world. You either prioritize or you do not. So it's not I'm just saying the legislation is perhaps too convoluted to follow when you're considering a prioritization of inclusion. Right, it's just...
Yeah, they provided a list and you were to take the ones you wanted, yeah.
Consider the list. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Director, did you want to say something?
Can I say anything? It was sum up, so.
We had more information. I didn't know if you wanted to say anything. I give you the opportunity.
All I can say to Councillor Emmett, to your question, it is a provincial program of which they have asked for priority populations based on the needs of the community at the time. So that is based on the provincial program that comes forward. So that's the answer to your question.
So that's totally different. Thank you.
Okay. We all clear on the motion? It is, as I understand it, the motion is not to receive the report and to return it to staff until the questions get answered. We have a mover. No. We're saying send it back to staff until the 3 questions that have been sent to staff are answered.
Okay, are you going to receive the report, though?
They don't want to receive the report.
That's the motion, but you have to receive it. They have to receive it, otherwise it won't be part of the minutes. And then they can do a follow-up motion if they wish.
It's only to receive it. Because there is a property with
So folks, if we don't receive the report, it doesn't become part of the minutes. So why don't we receive the report and your motion that the questions come back is a follow-up motion?
But doesn't that then put in place an uphill battle that I'd have to undo something that's been taken by council?
No, all you've done is receive it.
So we do that first and then consider my
We'll
question?
receive it first, and then you'll make a motion that your 3 questions come back to council.
Great.
Okay? So the motion is to receive. All in favor? That's received. Now the motion is that the 3 questions from Councillor Perry be responded to by staff and reported back by end of first quarter, end of second quarter, what?
Yeah, actually, end of second's probably better than last month, Mayor. So.
Well, first quarter next year.
No, yeah, second quarter, that's what I originally crafted. If they're already in progress, which is good to hear,
Okay.
that hopefully won't take too long.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Yeo. All in favor? Okay, we're done.
Great, thank you.
All right, that was our last extraction. We'll now move on to petitions. 12.1 is a petition requesting a pause of the funding for the Somerville Concession Third Environmental Assessment and Bridge Design. This is an electronic petition with 33 signatures, but I think we're going to get another 400 and some odd. So what I'd recommend is a motion to receive the petition and forward to staff for their input. Councillor Warren, seconder. Councillor Yeo, all in favor? And that's passed. The second petition, 12.2, is a petition requesting the resurfacing of Slalom Drive and Hillview Drive, Bethany. It's an electronic petition with 53 names. Could I have a motion to receive the petition and forward to staff for consideration? Councillor Richardson, did you want to speak to it? Okay. Second, Councillor Yeo. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. This is a petition in my neck of the woods. I definitely have been on this road since 2019. It's a shared boundary road, so the cost would be shared with Cavan Monaghan when it comes to Hillview Drive. As we can see, it's got a dossier of pictures, so I wanted to recognize the petition writer. That, you know, it is definitely a contentious road. We've done some repair work in the past where we've done a portion through the life cycle, left a huge gap, which has now fallen to wayside, and did another. So I'm definitely looking for staff to maybe consider it in the life cycle program this year.
Thank you. Seconder, you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, just briefly through you, Mr. Mayor. I actually was thankful they put Hillview Drive on the second page because I thought it was all the roads of my ward. But I do appreciate when the public brings in petitions and we act on them. So thank you.
Thank you. So the motion is received and forward to staff for inclusion in the roads program. All in favor? And that's passed. Next petition is a petition regarding opposition to the installation of sidewalks through the reconstruction of Pottinger Street, Lindsay. A copy of the petition with 28 signatures is available for viewing at the City Clerk's office. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I was involved with that issue with the sidewalks and had engineering involved, and we had some conversations. So I'd just like to, I was told that there are options, and I would like engineering to bring those options to council for consideration, probably by June, because this road is going to be start working on very shortly. So I would suggest that if it's okay with the engineering, that we could have something back by June, that we can look at those options, and we as councillors can make a decision what options would be.
Thank you. Seconder for that? Councillor Yeo, you're very active today.
It's not often I get down here. Yes, briefly and through you, and I appreciate the councillor doing this, and if it comes down to it and we have to get rid of those sidewalks, we have a very good home for them up in Coboconk, so thank you.
Seems to be an ulterior motive there.
You're welcome.
Councillor Doble.
Yes, I met Gloria Palmatier during the break, and this is just around the corner from where I live. I did take a walk by it this weekend because I was aware of the situation, but I'm going to be meeting with Ms. Palmatier tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. apparently to look at this on site and hear what she has to say.
Okay. In the meantime, we're going to forward it to engineering. Absolutely. And get some kind of report back. That's the motion, and we have a mover and seconder. All in favor? And that passes. We now have a memorandum regarding councillor appointments, and it's a memorandum from myself appointing Councillor Doble to 5 committees. Would somebody like to move that? Councillor Warren, Deputy Mayor McDonald. Anybody, you want to speak to it at all? Anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Doble, do you want to speak to it? No? Go ahead, Councillor Warren.
Just for you, just to let him know that you're also on the Roads Committee task force.
I have to write another memo for that, but we'll do that. Okay, everybody clear? All in favor? And that's passed. Now, bylaws, I believe, Councillor Warren, you have the bylaws.
Yeah, moved by myself, second by Councillor Yeo, that the bylaws shown in section 14.1 of the agenda, namely items 14.1.1, 2 and including 14.1.22, be read a first, second, third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. Can I get a mover and seconder that the closed session agenda be adopted as circulated? Councillor Yeo, Deputy Mayor McDonald. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on the closed session agenda? Seeing none, should any arise, please advise the chair. We'll deal with them accordingly. At this point in the meeting, City Council will go into closed session to consider items under Section 16.3 of the agenda. As per our procedural bylaw requirements, I'm asking all electronic participants in our meeting today to confirm to me by raising their hands that they are in a private room where no other persons can overhear the deliberations and the internet connection is secure and not publicly accessible. Thank you, Ms. Carlson. You're here today, you're not on. We have raised hands to confirm. Can I get a mover and seconder that council convene into closed session at 4:50 p.m. pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act in order to consider matters identified in section 16.3 of the regular council meeting agenda of Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025, namely item 16.3.1, 2 and including 16.3.6. Mover, Councillor Richardson, Councillor Joyce. All those in favor? And that's passed. At this point, the meeting broadcast will now end for members of the public watching on Cogeco, your TV cable. The live stream of the meeting on YouTube and the rebroadcast will now be temporarily paused for members of the public. When closed session is complete, the live stream and the rebroadcast of the meeting will resume to address the remaining open session items on the agenda. All remaining staff, with the exception of those involved within the closed session, are now instructed to leave the electronic meeting and council chambers at this time. Clerk, matters from closed session.
Through the mayor, item 16.3.1, the confidential closed minutes for the regular council meeting of March 18th, 2025 were approved. Item 16.3.2, council received an update on the rural comprehensive zoning bylaw. Item 16.3.3, council provided direction regarding the counter offer received relating to the acquisition of land along Lindsay Street, South Lindsay. Item 16.3.4, council provided direction regarding the acquisition of easements along Lindsay Street South to facilitate servicing expansion in that area. Item 16.3.5, council provided direction regarding the acquisition of 4 Station Road, Kinmount. Item 16.3.6, council approved the 2025 Accessibility Awareness Recognition Award recipients. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce, I think you have the confirming bylaw.
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Warren, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of a regular council meeting held Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025 be read a first, second, and third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. Have a motion to adjourn. Councillor Yeo, Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you all.